some more. I'm going to for radio. Till me, by my soul. So I some time never to someone. I'm going to for radio. Till me, by my soul. You make this required to be inside. By my sweet, yes, super. I'm going. You make this required to know it inside. By my sweet, yes, super. I'm going. Achibobo kao, fire chief kao, Prince Bombadi kao, Ejana kasa papa smiley. Achibobo kao, fire chief kao, Prince Bombadi kao, Ejana kasa papa smiley. Papa smiley bebo nyumpa, mbama so, obebo nyumpa mweni ajipa, mbama so, obeko wasempa mwe futupa, mbama so. I'm going to for radio. Till me, by my soul. Monday to Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. Papa Smiley, one on call.
Some
Masema como promo. Efeze, meze rusi. Makomo promo. Masa como promo. Makomo promo. Masa como promo. Abiasme. Powole. Get up by no soul sorry. Emerson Manima, what you are running. That's also come, that's all Maya. Oh, that's also come, that's all Maya. Ebe, but that's all come, Kafata, bon, Kafas, Sumbo. Eta, Kafata, bon, Kafas, Sumbo. Ayaye, put my home. Murko, put my home. Makomo promo.
Serio,
22nd July 2020, Wednesday, and approximately 17 minutes gone past 1500 hours. We're here once again live on our 24 radio, our Brabopa radio, as well as our 24 radio GH, Bamasu to be precise. Around here, we are known for one thing, and that is to meet, holding our primary identity, and then we figuring out how in our own small ways we would be able to make that very beautiful Ghana that we want a reality. As simple as that. So from this very moment until when we draw the curtain, it is incumbent, it is paramount on all of us who come around here to make sure we are working in our first identity. Our first identity is the fact that, yes, we are Ghanaians. And when we are working in that consciousness, we have to make sure everything about us also going to buttress the fact that truly we are seeing ourselves first as Ghanaians before members of any smaller group whatsoever. I'll remind you one more time. The secondary identities are okay. They are also good. But their goodness is measured in their ability to promote the primary identity. So whatever group it may be in our country, as long as it is in Ghana, the importance of that group, well, whatever the group may be, is measured in the extent to which it promotes the primary identity, that is Ghana. So if you belong to a group and you have figured out that now I am promoting the goodness of Ghana, well, to Ghana, that group is not good. As simple as that. So, if you decide to just stick around whatever group that you belong to, no problem. But simply make sure it is seeking the very best of our dear nation. And if you are not seeing that, voice out. It is only through you voicing out that is when the real meaning or the real importance of that group to Ghana will possibly come into manifestation. To this effect, I would humbly welcome you once again to Bamasu. And Chiakese Anasronko and come out. Maybe you will be out of a video at a 24 radio, Sam Pempensue, and ne a year who that July that was where you know me. And if you're Brennan Swat, now we and Sabapa whom Sima a Dunkuno, British summertime. A 24 radio. A Brabopa radio and a 24 radio GH and our Casa Fidiano Edano. Aha, a Hebetwatu Adune. They are required a bit to me afa. Oh my Ghana at the Akomaso. na akɔ n'anim nti Ghana nti ne aba yɛba ɛsiane sɛ Ghana ɛne yɛ primary identity no biribi a yɛbɛyɛ biara no ɛwɔ sɛ Ghana ane yɛdwen ho na sɛdeɛ na meka no amanyɔkuo a wodɔm asɔre a wokɔ ɛyɛ tribe a wowom ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana region a wofiri mu school a wokɔyɛ come to think of it adwuma a woyɛ ne nyinaa all those identities no they are subsidiary to the primary identity, which is the fact that you are a Ghanaian. That is to say, oh, you're Ghanaian, and sana you become a Amanyoku Nibia. Oh, you're Ghanaian, and sana why you're a member of any church, any religion. Na say yɛde nkɔmɔ a yɛdi ɛwɔ kasafidie yi so ɛna ɛyɛ reference point deɛ a ne kyerɛ sɛ o secondary identity no right and to me ama primary identity no enya mpumtu a mfaso bi ani so mfaso bi ani so nti the secondary identity no so mfaso no yɛbɛhu ɛwɔ kwan a etimi ma the primary identity no ɛyɛ deɛ bɛ etimi kɔnkan asɛm no tenten ne tietie mu nyinaa no nti sɛ ɔhwɛ secondary identity no deɛ ayɛ sɛ cool no ayɛ sɛ cool cool sɛ ɔhwɛ ne sɛ secondary identity bi wɔ hɔ na w'ani nhyɛ da nyɛ ho a ɛno no wotumi ɛfa ho na ayɛ deɛ bɛ ɔkɔ baabi foforɔ na wahwɛ sɛ ɛhɔ no ɛbɛtumi aboa wo ama wɔ primary na ayɛ deɛ bɛ akɔ w'anim a remember me see in the context of what we're doing around here is and say you know bi wɔ hɔ no mu a sɛdeɛ machire mu ɛwɔ ha am yɛ nyina yɛnya nte aseɛ sɛ obi a ɔde kuo kuma a ɛwɔ ekuo kɛseɛ mu ɛyɛ ne pomasi brɛ sɛ wɔpɛ sɛ wɔfa adwene biara no adwene a yɛ a ɔfa no yɛ na yɛ adwene ketewa ɛnyɛ adwene kɛseɛ. That is to say whoever uses a smaller group within a larger group as their reference point in decision making is bound to make less intelligent decisions, is bound to make less creative decisions, and bound to make less loving decisions. And you knowing very well that Ghana is also within a larger group. Well, even if you want to go to the extent of Ghana being part of West Africa, even West Africa still belongs to another larger group. Only you can go on and go on and go on until you get to that universe itself. And then when you get to that universe itself, what then happens is your decisions comes with a universal word intelligence, universal creativity, and universal love. And then they say your intelligence expands as much as the universe also expands. Your creativity expands as well as the universe expands. As simple as that. But if you are to use only Ghana, which in the context of what we are doing is also allowed, your intelligence expands to the extent of Ghana. That is as simple as that. It is all part of kesiye there. And yet go beyond Ghana. Now be who say whatever decision that you will take, as long as that decision is for the greater good, and Ghana is part of that greater good, no, or the larger group, no, you will realize Ghana will also be a beneficiary of whatever decision that you take, using a group bigger than Ghana as your reference point. We sabi ebeka say common sense there, but you need some very high level of consciousness for you to be able to operate beyond that smaller group within the larger group. One untumi. Enti senane de di kan ro afidie no ato hase a dwuma a yedie no tenten ne tietie mu anamabo amane no. So when you beje ho dia ene once again in the context of what we're doing here no, but more than our primary identity no, that is what you will hold in high esteem. If any group whatsoever it's not helping you to promote your primary identity, think twice. Think twice. Na fa ho adwene esan say or primary no de be ho de bia na emom secondary no it can come, it can go at any particular point in time. So Tiani said the doctors are done to all the way in Roehampton and Atena. Obanim before. And I send him a message be a message name with the pa nan can say minimuche. But and I said there be Yamudia area private. But I cancel or cancel pa. Minim send you an baby just like Nana. I am frustrated as to some of the things going on back in our country. Some people are disturbed. Some people feel there is no particular hope either in the near future or in the future. But hey, na butre na nya GDS hey chene beche nenya dewe enka hoda na said ya meka no ya ba ha no de na chese de was ye no matter how long it will take no na yen sabe ka o my Ghana no I was ye ne say baby and I was say we would have to plant today na in possibly in 20-30 years time, even when some of us may be gone, we would have to do it now. Na oh my God, I'm fine to mapa enye infra opening case we will say we are the answers to what, or we are the answers to the prayer of our ancestors. Let's just say whatever the situation may be, you know. Baby, I nanom could drew, you know. I will say yet to us. They might have wanted something to happen. They might have wanted a particular Ghana. They might have wanted certain things to be done in a particular way. It never occurred in their time. They left over for us to carry on. I say, you call your friend say, the eye the baton, your friend say, 4x4, and I say, you call a salaries even salaries is never ending. Well, to the very ones who may believe, say we are the best, and we are say they are fine, and then they say it is neither way. But until the race ends, you know, we will also be passing on the baton to the next generation, and then we expect them to also carry on from where we left off. And to the no matter how long it will take, we have to plant the seed today, right now. Now, oh my God, in future, no, the next generation will say, oh, we are so grateful to the generations before us for planting the seed, for us to be able to enjoy of it today. If they plant something today, they don't expect that possibly it will happen in their lifetime for them to have benefit of it. Or plant here or plant it. If it should happen in his lifetime for him to enjoy of it, so be it. If it does not, and also so be it, he knows he has served the purpose of life. And yaba to continue so. Na okwan was here faso. Now my Ghana father to my pefrano. Yet to me a faso. And there we could a question and answers version of Bamaso, where we give you the opportunity to ask your questions, and when questions are put on the table, we also implore you to, if you have any idea, any knowledge as to questions being put on the table now, and also waba now ne abede oni abeche kama enti yekuti enyumba kwa ba na chese ye bia homana tum right away abejafo ba ye bo nkomo numu nsemi ebepie so wasembusa bi wo ho so wo bibi ekafa ho a ne nyina ye bia homana tum se onso obetumi abeka ho na ya bo nkomo fefefe kama nti ya homa trofo no yensesa no. If you are within the United Kingdom, 0208 144 8180 0208 144 8180. For the very ones beyond the United Kingdom, 0044 208 144 8180. United States and Canada for no dear, local number, and offer ɛyɛ said you offer United States another Canada hona nemum de tie bia eba bi pie ha sei abefo technology so eba bi pie ha sei ye no betwetwe nkomo ɛyɛ 3156364063 3156364063 your WhatsApp number no ɛyɛ 00447440745244 00447440745244 hey o send a voice note ABC so a ye be kinkan ye bebo ama adofo aye be etie senso o se o twero bibi eguso e de banso a eno so ye be gibre na aye be ya kinkan e de ama adofo nyina aye be atibi yo yenkotie nyum ba komra ati na enyum ni si ni ye ba ye bia homenatim ene mene abranti mi bonkomo kakra ye ne da ane ye bonkomo se nkomo ne ayeta abo pa na ono de I don't know on share any high view of the Bible to say ora Emmanuel misasa no right na okachire me say Bible no the word of God na emom ukọ Bible ni mu a nipa na biasem de be ewom ana stories de be ewom na based on no admission say Bible no nyame asem na emom nipa anu asem de be ewom ebi no na kire say mebusa ne say na say o say Bible no amanfo a nsem ne wom no personal views ewom ene ye kan Paul de ba akọ bi wom kura o se we de me madwen kire okay me say that here de ene ye say ne nsem e wo Bible ne mu nyina no nyene nyina na ye the word of God also David the Bible is the word of God sir okay all right na ade ba akọ a mehu ene say if you save yourself from the need to be understood, what then happens is when you are explaining certain things and someone do not understand, either you find a much simpler way to explain to the person right on the spot, or you sit back, relax, and then later on you figure out other possible ways you'll be able to explain it to the person. And into that I'm a manager nursery and I say one hour chire mofra ade e school no they don't give up. They find every possible means to explain to the children what they need to carry along. Enti ebusa branch say ya wo ye nkwan kakra wo say wo ye nkwan okay all right na ede ye nkwan o ye Nigeria ni tanje say obo niam kakra nti se nkan Ghana dia ene ye nkwan tosi wo mebo a makowom nyadoa bi wa nyadoa wom depending on kwan a opese oye light soup a e wo de odubegum aben kwan so a wo de odubegum wi a na do na ma ye be onam nyina so a ye be aka ho fefefe ni nyina na ye kabom na ye de be na ye nkwan fefefe kama na nye bia mebusa ne se ye kan nyina bom ane ye frɛ no nkwan right pepepe megitum enye bia obetimi ayi enam no nko ana wa frɛ no se eye nkwan ana wose da bi but still no was want ase okay ane ye beja to ho no daachi bi se aba from anti ase ye be sa kwa underground ya hwe so be de be obeti ase. Well, it was based on his own premises. The Bible is the word of God, but it contains words of people as well. The sanity dia. So we enam ifin kwan mu a utimi frɛ nam no say nkwan ana. Well, it is just something to let you know. Bible no. It contains words of God. Yajitum nemum enye nyina ene the word of God. Ti asesa ekọ kasem. Yenko tie nyumba akomre. Yeba ensimfu aba akomienu miensa yede beto pono so na nso apa why there be why be kebi fe kama ba for che this time around no say case 419 yentie na nso fa mu aba ye ba ye beto ankomodie no so me die no Papa Smiley yensesa no me na me de dwumadie hu chia me ye ba ye beto aso.
All right. Case number 419. The state versus the corrupt man. I am here, Apostle Oku Ajimai. Only me also and Saganet, Pastor. Akurachum, Unimini. Ose Akawa, Uninyamentan. With the forward sicker, what to mean to know what the music kind of family. What any a judge for an opportunity. One day, some no man, one a judge for open anybody was so no. Or see what's getting said. When you perform with the Macamamo, when you perform with the Macamamo, what the found body. I can't knew when you put out a move. What do you? Chiana upenya minia minia baru swayo clearing agent tamaro wasiada wanim begu hakunta debi ubetumi do sikani mdia no tumi na mfoni abusia tani atemu ni asazo so nansu anyami atemu dia utumi rado to me do sikani we dey no to me now funi abusia dami atemu wani asase so nanso na me atemu dia to me arado so to me wa oro ka wa fa wa petete asemi dia na ko yani wa mo brofo yi nan ka wadi bi mo mi anon so what me for near them for be what I need to me running there. I'm out anyway. Hey, what I knew for the four. And the baby brain and the fear see you me when you come for I saw me dear and come be dipping and so I come for when you need kitana mimia wasikani echichi so ensu wanya kupate modia untumi arado minia akawa wanya kupate moatemo akawa wanya kupate modia untumi ode papa modia untumi te wase ajinyo when you go part more, they won't share the baby anymore. me. I'm Robert Snipper for near with the Semina. It's when I meet the dear man, the summer for you with Diana. I go was sorry and the children, no, so don't Nico Maria Fuanina. On pay a demonstration, cause you're bad yet your children for Yamisa or children for a dear cheer. Young minute, dear one, you know, so. Oh, but you have got the pet. Oh, before you do a thing, say, when you're very chat. Oh, quantum, dear, the way in the Abuano. Why, the busy woman? What they before the summer, you know, they don't be any bad daddy. We open you, we are Godao. We are poor and answer what the shimpa. Yes, so please don't phobia. Over to your cat. What do we do? Bonnie, see any boy, go back to Modia. We sick of you to meet me. I was a summer ready menu. I feel it there, I'm broke where the bill. And so to me, when he had it. As a sunny penny, as a sergeant, who I know I can reject. Sikani to me, Casamara, Diti, Moborofu, Becosua, Yamabo, Asuna, Nukura, Nasuna, Mera, Asuna, Mera, Nasuna, Nukura, Asuna, Nukura, Nasuna, Mera, Asuna, Mera, Nasuna, Nukura, Asasa, Sikani, Yasam. Now, no, Casey Campa, what did the cocoa to Dominia, and who are yet in a manual, Nakantum, Lawyer, Sika. When I come for tea, but Sikani do it to me in Yansan in this camp, Kajaji for an again. Ain't you won't dear some no man? One can some no man, no, Sikani, sorry, I will coffee no. The judge for opening no. But you been was Sikani for cause, yeah, when you buy. The bar from dear Macamamo, on the bar from dear Macamamo. What dear found, what did I go in the one? We don't know coupon to
This is special. You're listening to Bamaso at Jinkesia.
On the bar from dear to meet you. When the bar from dear, when you saw the idea, Nanso, when you go back.
Say a bay and yes, in your just so good, so kind in your
Oman for bra and a veteran, so man should be you, seeing you. And see, so man, any ya. We are near rocket science, Oman for Brano and a chess a debe, any ye. I say ye inswa a Oman for Brano and a veteran. One thing you would have to understand and say our actions, either direct or indirect, no, contribute to. So man be you and I say any ye. So when you say we are, even if you have been blaming our leaders for so long a time, and then telling them they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing, well, and they know a free baby democracy, and we play a role in whoever leads us. And if we play a role in whoever leads us, we equally have to take a role in taking responsibility as to whatever is happening in our country. It's as simple as that. And yet, too, and when we using Crawford, so say, Monko, Namonko to Abanya debe, I don't think they do that. Although ye true, the ayane to a papa, it said, yeah, how I come see, no dear, name. Or a cotwaba now, I'm offering to embassy, so boot no say to abano mame, there be one. That means to say, even if you were coerced one way or the other to vote for them, you have to take responsibility for whatever happens, because what was the form of coercion? To say the nana na make a catisi, and I was say 1 year, one with the cash in the bar or okay. So what we now what time vote New Year, whatever happens next now. Idea now offer or say so usuma but where we are baby obetono unfa ho unfa ho kra nti so onya ton vote no dia onya koduru ho no woteneka manenteneka atom we until say them kind of we the citizenry no yenko spectators name of citizens pa. We are able to take responsibility for our actions. We start to lead our own. Let's just say we lead ourselves. And if we are unable to start doing that, obviously, we are edging closer and closer to much deeper and deeper doom. So, man, be you saying you or mindful, your bra and noa and a betre. You know who ye na dan den na babusa who say or bra and I was obo. For you to have that very beautiful Ghana that we so much want to have. But for Chamens, I will say case 419. Case 419. Say, and seminal abawum, abawum. Or say, Osikanibia, Wodinisika, Akoto, a year, Asem. And say when your case and or de nisika koto case no and we win na we no judge no I say a hide me twitwajo na emum atemu no onso be de be e ho de untimi nwane e ho de no bribe na some part of the song do ha me nyentum ko me kasem de na emum abawom and say judge now no catch the sikani ni say had ye metwitwaji wo na emum atemu da no e ho de la ila na o judge now o je braba o di asem no etia o hiani no de na o wa kan kire o ka so be fa ho adi e ho na if that is supposed to be happening na onso mfa ho nya de be ohu enye de be enni na ya ka judgment day said the other boy you mean say hey no usika ene opposition unim de ebinti no obetimi e de afa ho adi na you see say so far ho di wa hase a atemuda no sa na ya ka no atemuda na ho de oboa ho ye de leja no beto ho no mu a debit and credit no boy oh yeah na yesi nyankopon wa take sesi a nyankopon hey say oh yeah sa no mo kan so di bone na wa take oh yeah papa no so ano aye de be na wa take enti no enya de be fa na ni so obi antimi mfa bibi mfa na ni so na wa aye de be wa ma niema awoye no wa de be wan take obeteke enti onyumtuni ne kire se osikani ne wato asem no wato case no wadi bem e wa ha se ne mom ho no de nyaade a obetimi akotwitwa age no e wo ho no yo jajie ho no so se unso wo ko hu bi nso a unso de ogie ya otwitwa age e wo bi e wa ha no unso obetua ho ka pepepe kama the bottom line is we can one way or the other postpone the effect of a cause, but we can never at any point in time do away with the effect. TNA, you might have done something, that is the cause. You might have done something in the past, years ago, maybe today, and because of your power, because of your position, because of what you do and what have you, you may be able to postpone the cause, the effect, of whatever you caused. To me, political power, you may be able to postpone the effect of the cause. I believe you may. Chene beche, said me kind, and so enya debe, enka hoda. It may be a trim, we will say a big man at Chibobo. Anya bia se bia to nso dade a obetimi de bibi atu baby bia obotom kura o na owure be fi baby ade no de be eto ye after so long a time after the waje chire dio after so long a time after oguswa na wo hwehwe o se won nam ho na obehu after won fan san ko hye baby ana se won kopie won ko baby no na ade na wo hwehwe no na aye de be na wakohu say ade na da hoyi. The bottom line ni nyina and say there are so many things that we have done, so many causes that we have undertaken in the past. Eneno yewura fi bebre yewura fi bebre yewura fi enti when the effect may be coming now and no cry ya who say sa de bia me de share form afi na aye de be afi ana fifi arantie bia wono wo pema pa na okupie party bia se akatesi ya be pre no be me na ti say say de na akatesi ya na na sa wunim no pa wasa won ka me won Minka wa hifa. Minimu baby house meka half na meshia. Was on ga me. I mean I hear me sa na say me na hear me esa branch na kra de ne refi kra say why dey be. Why ye bibi sa. Say ne I was say afa na ni so. Wa afa na ni so. Enti won kai kra say why dey be. Why ye sa akitisi ani bibi sa na akoye. Enti we may be able to postpone the effect of a cause. I said onyumtufuo yi kan no even if say aketua the effect no ama in this lifetime and I say asasi so said onyumtuni ne ka atemuda well you find sir at least one way or the other no say nya santi ase no a ne agitu mu ebeboa but there are so many other ways you can take out that judgment seat. They be I can't want them say there will be a time you baka kujina judge can see be any ama will be attaining say in fact every moment is a judgment day. Every moment is a judgment day. When you get that understanding ebwao enti enye osikanini kwa uka hu bi you may one way or the other have postponed the effect of a cause that you did in the past. Hey, but hey, Charlie, oh boy, the TBR no, form, at it, form, at all cost. Thank you very much, Bafochi, for that very wonderful piece. Me see, nyame admo fiada, mrebe mwa na ahomano tutum kama pa nso dia. Yene Bafochi, twetwe nkomo ewo kasa fidie so. I have gotten the green light. Say Dr. No Utie, Dr. Zadentu no Utie, enti o say asemo a wode bre me na ja. O say me nkwa me dia no. Afidie o say I can share enti ene making kan kakra the amount. Na making kama uwia. I think I have two pieces, wonderful pieces. 2 articles on birth certificate hon koma ne da ne edie no mehwe se ebetimi akenkan ne nyina nso ede amo aba. First of all no, the Dr. Zadentu ekaye eni I'll say the decay of Ghana politically, socially, culturally and economically began when such characters took over governance. Well, I'm tempted to believe that this is a continuation of a message, an earlier message, because such characters, no, Dr. Etimichechi Mayanke Nibeje Hopa. Going on, I'll say, I remember the real Ghanaian men in town, disciplined, with brains, respected by the white. What do we see now from chieftaincy, government, media, the yam and goat court, aka judiciary? Now a minister of state fires a gun in public. We can't even register our names without guns. I insist Ghana needs a civil revolution. I insist Ghana needs a civil revolution. As I'm here, and Dr. Eddie Abe, one more time. The decay of Ghana, politically, socially, culturally, and economically began when such characters took over governance. I remember the real Ghanaian men in town, disciplined, with brains, respected by the white. What do we see now from chieftaincy, government, media, the yam and goat cult, aka judiciary? Now a minister of state fires a gun in public. We can't even register our names without guns. I insist Ghana needs a civil revolution. I say me civil revolution that and Yanumbi have gone for that option. Say and revolution here Dr. Diana I qualify no civil revolution. Civil. Obe was I say any civil revolution say any easy idea be akono akwan be so ani ebetimi afa amiensa ka sa civil revolution doctor suggest to see here no cry ye de ade ye hu ade corona any what possible ways say no doctor vision no civil revolution I see Ghana having a civil revolution. That is the vision. Okay, what is the mission? What is the mission that it is to put us on? After knowing that civil revolution that Ghana needs, what mission should it put us on? And see, me no watch doctor says so. Head ye ko ipadia. She insists Ghana needs a civil revolution. Yo, my yanking kind. The first of the write-ups. Birth set this one is something that was written by Harold Boateng. Harold Boateng, yes. Now, the Supreme Court never erred in its birth certificate decision. Mamen Kinkai. The recent decision of the Apex Court brings into sharp focus the similarity or differences, if any, between the concept of nationality and citizenship. Article 15 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights affirms that everyone has the right to a nationality, and no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality nor denied the right to change his nationality. A person's nationality is crucial to him or her having full recognition under international law and being accorded necessary courtesies. While it differs from country to country, nationality is acquired by birth or adoption, marriage, or descent. The right to a nationality is a fundamental human right. International human rights law provides that the right of states to decide who their nationals are is not absolute, and in particular, states must comply with their human rights obligations concerning the granting and loss of nationality. Citizenship, on the other hand, is a much narrower concept with a specific legal relationship between the state and the person. Citizenship in Ghana is a question of law. Chapter 3 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Citizenship Act 2000 prescribes who a citizen is. A person can be a citizen by birth, registration through marriage, foundling, adoption, and by naturalization. In some countries, for example in Mexico, a person acquires nationality at birth but receives citizenship only upon turning 18 years. This means that Mexican children therefore are nationals but not citizens. In the United Kingdom, for instance, since the British Nationality Act 1981, it is no longer possible to acquire British citizenship by reason only of being born in the United Kingdom. Since 1st January 1983, a child will become a British citizen if his or her parents is a British citizen or is settled in the United Kingdom. Citizens enjoy certain rights and responsibilities. One of such enviable rights is provided in Article 42 of the Constitution, which states that every citizen of Ghana of 18 years of age or above and of sound mind has the right to vote and is entitled to be registered as a voter for the purpose of public elections and referenda. Clearly, to be registered as a voter, one must provide evidence that he or she is a citizen of Ghana. It's 18 years and above, and obviously of a sound mind. The Electoral Commission, which is seized with the mandate, as provided in Article 45A of the Constitution, to compile the register of voters and revise it at such periods as may be determined by law, excluded the use of birth certificate as a mode of identification in the public elections registration of voters amendment regulation 2020, that is CI 126. The referendum, the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, found no merit in the contention of the plaintiff in Mark Techi Benson versus Electoral Commission and another to include birth certificate as a mode of identification. This decision of the Apex Court goes to the root to further fortify the provision in respect of citizenship by birth. In Ghana, to become a citizen at birth, the Constitution Article 6 provides that, subject to the provision of this Constitution, a person born in or outside Ghana after the coming into force of this Constitution shall become a citizen of Ghana at the date of his birth if either of his parents or grandparents is or was a citizen of Ghana. Citizenship by birth is conditional on having at least one of your parents or grandparents being a citizen of Ghana. The Birth and Death Registry are mandated by law in Ghana to register all birth. The Registry of Birth and Death Act 1965, Act 301, ensures the registration of all birth, death, and fetal deaths. It also addresses fraud, alteration in the register, offenses, and penalties. By law, the time allowed for registration is within the first year of birth, except where a written authority is given by the registrar and the prescribed fee is paid. The Act imposes a legal obligation to register the birth of a child, and an official birth certificate is issued as a result of birth registration. It is important to know that the requirements for birth registration is an immunization card and the name of the child. The information collected at the registration in respect of the child are name, date of birth, sex, place of occurrence, that is of the birth, type of place of occurrence, that is hospital, home, etc., date of registration, place of registration, attendant at birth, type of birth, that is single, twin, triplet, and so forth. B. Regarding the mother of the child, date of birth or age of the mother, educational attainment, place of usual residence, children born alive to the mother during her entire lifetime, birth order parity, maiden name, nationality. Regarding the father of the child, date of birth or age of the father, educational attainment, nationality, occupation, whether gainfully employed, religion. Suffice to the state that while the law provides that a person born in or outside Ghana shall become a citizen of Ghana at the date of his birth, if either of his parents or grandparents is or was a citizen of Ghana, the information provided by his or his parents at the time of registration has to do with their parents' nationality and not citizenship. Clearly, the citizenship of a person at birth cannot be evidenced by the issuance of a birth certificate. The details required to issue the birth certificate fails to meet the requirements of the basis of one citizen, which is either of the parent or grandparents must be a citizen and not a national. Persons of a British national overseas are required to register as a British citizen and meet certain conditions. Nationality is a given. Same cannot be said of citizenship. There are British nationals who are not British citizens. A person's nationality differs from his citizenship. I must concede that there exists a thin line between nationality and citizenship. A person can become a national of a country by birth or by inheritance. As against this, there are a variety of ways through which an individual can become the citizen of a country, that is, by birth, inheritance, marriage, and naturalization. The nationality of a person cannot be changed, however, his citizenship can be changed. Also, a person cannot be a national of more than one country. In contrast, a person can possess citizenship of more than one country at a time. One is acquired by birth and the other is acquired by law. I am of the firm opinion that the learned judges of the Supreme Court did not err in their undisputed judgment that the non-inclusion of birth certificate as a document for identification of a person who applies for registration as a voter by CI 126 is not consistent with or in contravention of the Constitution or any other law. A birth certificate cannot be accepted as a proof of one's citizenship. Harold Boateng ensem ana makenkan ni nyina eri akire wo sa ewa enso nsem ye de be ewom na kire se citizenship any nationality ehun aye de be ehun abasem. One is acquired by birth and the other by law. Yenkwa ahoma no so ansa na yebobo hu nko ne yenkwa ahoma no so na yema mediama adoku yenhyase won ho minim se bombardie why ready dia but yenhyase ewo mediama adoku eso mediama adoku kwade
Papa Smiley Olivete
and then yaba ati yaba na wase mu to say
Papa Smiley me din chiakasi am obia chiakasi an komao
Thank you.
Yakasem enkoma oja. Badia. Openyi Mensa. Na Captain Evans.
Capito.
Na Pasmali Mr. Abbey. Mr. Abbey another person. Say ono de say okase say ya obe defend it. He said put to me a man of conscience reasons are say oye yansana what to me dear film. And she akase so ankoma Dr. Ajingo me say see ade obo adwuma na sugu so we bie no ne radio no ato a 24 radio abasmali njiakase nkoma anti fear wine anti comfort na o doctor bi your friend Dr. Edeben
Dr. Zazadenchi.
I like that name. I like that name. Ena mafia na mafia so we ja afia nkoma no afia dan nkoma no
Also I resign.
Abua waba. I was married.
And then you saw the no mountains.
Aha. If you check and come out, I mean, say say yeah, baby now, no, never do sometimes, you know. Yana would the active from Kakrabat, when it's over Peja. I was married, wouldn't say, and Cheviano, Peja, a Sunday, worship, you know. Nananke mene ejamensa ene hwan ene ejamensa na on handle
opening same ana
opening same
all about life.
All about life.
That's right.
Opening same
na no mene ne kasa na opening same there. Anytime you have a word with him, you know, he leaves you with something. So na dwimudo. Right. Well, all things aside, and it's any maybe I want to answer, but all things aside, you know, he always leaves you with something to think about. Wow. It's a very wonderful chap.
Jackass come ma obi bia wa ba fidie so pen no de na denchiraba no ama bebia ena Papa Smiley sa ba you away Papa Smiley kai
you obia okay bibia na bia metima kai wo so unya nkan he o si aba you
e Dr. Zazenchi asampa
Mandia na
Mandi ekwia mandi
okay
Papa Smiley
ono so fa na say nam hu say she was a little bit off from Facebook, but she's back now.
Papa Smiley atiase she akase enkom mano she akase enkom ma BB BB oya Monday and Wednesday and I crop by me boy
Monday kan Wednesday no oye
Wednesday she akase enkom ma BB abasmari obi bia otia 24 radio kai hu ni say ni awoye no oye de aboa o man Ghana mama yenye ni ebetimi biara ndi baba smile mi di akase emo bia she akase ko bia na ewie de mi gidi say nkomo no a obono nkomo a say ye de ya so ne ya koma ne ya adwen e de ta akire
beautiful yo na quick one no na me busa say aso ho ye de
papa
beautiful yes e bia obeka say yimusa na say you so nyanko ya na aba betena kra so one kind of sao
abasar aba betena
what's na adwene
on aba so aba betena
entinye se enye lockdown na ama na ka ha na se dan ne wo ye live ana
eno
you so for yati na enkomo no ene da enkomo ya sha ase no nze Supreme Court ruling with regards to
who is a citizen and who is a national
ɛno ho na yɛkenkan ho article kakra bi sisi yɛ no, right? Although you came in between when I started and when I ended, so but I think you might have catched a little bit of it. As to who a Ghanaian is, well, one way or the other, it has been established in our constitution, right? As to who a Ghanaian is. Now, as to who will be able to vote in our country, and also our constitution is also established the conditions with which one would have to meet in order to be able to vote. So, now, some of them can say, "No, penny, Sammy, Edebe, a Kasayan." We will have a question. We will say, and you be a dear Benti and United Kingdom, and yet British, Abrofo, Fita, and Quan, anything yet, Etwaba, I was say, and I say, and yet one more British passport on Quan and a area. Etwaba, a wukrum has say. We will ask our question. Intimate ma baby am de adru no meja ama na kakra wo kafa ho no why de be waka afa
yo aba smile me da say na America no ade a ha de adwen kese ampa wotie wohwehwe ya na me ne nkrofo bi di nkomo me say obetumi aye British citizen, but for you to be called an English and a Scottish and now Irish and now Welsh, it takes you can be a British citizen, but you cannot be an Irish. You can be a British citizen, and I'm talking of Northern Ireland. You can be a British citizen, but you're not a Scottish. And a Scottish for Scotland, personally, mommy the child they were in school the 9 months. Now, I'm so the British was I'm not a British. I'm Scottish. Now, Papa, mommy, we on did I don't know answer my bahano. Papa Smiley, you can be a British, but not a Scottish. You can be a British, but not an English. Now, in terms of maybe regions and where you belong, where you came from, and where you are living, you can come and live in Scotland, have your British citizen, whatever citizenship that you have within the British Isles, but you must know, say, you can never be you can be a citizen. You can be a citizen, but to be a national is of a different category. Enti sanya penyin kwadwo penyin same kano ampa in fact wo Kenya na me hwe Ghana kra no say e ka say Ghana, where did Ghana come from? And they say if it is the place that we are using to demarcate, say when you are born within this geographical sphere, you are a Ghanaian. Of course, you can be born outside the geographical sphere, you can still be a Ghanaian. Papa Smiley, so be paha. Na so onye British citizen. Na onya akwa ebia. Na se owo ba. Or want to say Ghana ni wa wo ba no. Indeed, that person has the right to be called a Ghanaian. He is both a Ghanaian national and a Ghanaian citizen by virtue of the fact that when you're biological parent, and it doesn't matter the geographical location. And to be a national, you must have gotten your roots from that nation. You can go and give birth. Scottish parents can go and give birth to a child in Ghana. That child, he can be a citizen of Ghana, but by nationality, or you're Scottish. And Papa Smiley, I think, say, in terms of I see, say, what all these things near people have used this kind of words. It has quite some significant meanings, because of the politics that is around it. Papa Smiley, what I've come to note is that politics, when we talk of politics, it's about numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's about numbers, it's about where you belong. And if there is a particular kind of dominance of politics in a particular country, then that kind of citizenship and nationality, becomes a problem. And this, for me, is an aspect of illiteracy. Because if I live in Nzema, and I say, because Nkrumah is an Nzema, and therefore I am automatically going to vote for an Nzema, Papa Smiley, I'm actually trying to become a very uneducated, yeah. Because you see, for you to belong to a political party, in that sense, you must abide by the ideologies of the party. What is the thinking frame of the party? As I sit here, I believe in the fact say we in Nimpebiara. There are 3 areas that you have to actually look after, irrespective of who you are, wherever you come from, whoever wherever you meet these 3 problems. Abasmali, wherever there is chaos, you are meant to bring order. Wherever there is darkness, you are meant. For me, my definition of any political ideology, and I say I will belong to your party or your political decision if you go by this, and this is my fundamental values and this thing that I work with. It is if an organized group comes around Abasmali and I want to belong to that organized group, then I'll have to look at the values of those organized groups, and not necessarily because it is coming from my country. Otherwise, Abasmali, the things that I'll be doing, I will be looking at. Of course, I love my country, I love my people, but not necessarily say looking at my people. And this is how things have been. You see, there are this undergirding kind of principles and factors, lead to so many things. And sometimes we are looking at it. Human living and human existence, is complex, and you can see, it can play itself in the politics of governance, in the politics of society, in the politics of community. Because if maybe we are on this platform, na say oja free me krom, na say oja ka bibi, na say enya, because of free me krom, I have to support what oja have said. Papa Smiley, I mean, can we do this thing? Into what we say now, at the chaos about before you are aware, we are dividing ourselves into zones, into regions, into a base on where we come from. And Papa Smiley, I think this is very dangerous.
Also, once I'm walking, so when you're say, you see, on say at the end shall say free. Maybe I'll call my family, right? My town, my tribe, my nation. So on the maybe I'll call maybe a continent.
My continent.
Now
my
religion. All those things.
My profession.
Yeah, kasatia etia racism. So on the and all those things are forms of that divisions that we create for ourselves, right? And no matter how you look at it, my country, my people, all those things, So some of these are called the secondary identities that we have created for ourselves, right? Now, when someone walk, it takes me to something Dr. Chuba Okadigbo or late. Several times. I'll say, if you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or political leaning to the point that truth and justice become secondary considerations, your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiments, you are a liability to mankind. Now, answer very, very interesting. Now, meet you one question that came to mind. At what point would you stand for something other than your own? Right? Inti yemfa say mediama you have a oba and another child. They have been involved in something, right? You need to put things right. So bia oba no tim hu say there be ade a oye no amfa yie. So but bia oye oba ninti no obeye ntwachia what I say.
Exactly.
And then we ni hokra de bia we say onye sofo kra ade I say. Na corruption can cry there be abem, and you still stand for your own, which is what? Your son, right? Inti mitie wunsem na the question that came into mind, at what point would you stand for something other than your own? At what point would you do that? Say so the question answer the medium. Okay, all right then. And yeah, boy nkomo kakra sana bombard abem.
Papa Smiley, you see, as we live in this life, life is about learning. Life is about learning, and there is nothing that you can achieve if you are not prepared to open up and learn. Now, when I talk about learning, I know I'm going around your question. At what point would you stand for something that is not your own? That is the other.
That is
now
other than your own.
What I see, and it depends on people's outlook and how people think about life. See, when I say all about life, right? At least we know have a call.
One other things about me I say you may belong, say for argument's sake, you may belong to party A, right?
Yes.
At what point would you stand for something party B stands for?
That is as simple as that.
Okay, all right then. Boy,
say when you are emotionally attached to something, or when you are biased, maybe let me use it. When you are biased towards something, then you don't see the ills and the evil that thing does. In that sense, when anything happens and you have to take a stand, you will not even think about which is the real, which is the truth. So truth now becomes a second, like what you are saying, a subsidiary matter. But truth is light. Truth is the reality. Truth is what it is to be upheld now. Because if Papa Smiley, I'm talking to you, I see green, and I'm just because Papa Smiley say blue, me so make blue. I mean, can that change it? So the innate and the inherent of that thing, I am trying to put it in the perspective that will be palatable to my taste and not the reality. Assuming say, nimpa no ameme defend it ama mebano. It will also happen on the other end. Next time mebano ebe sua ni ameme kan kire no. Iti osua yi next time on fan be ye obi o or ba be ye me.
That's right.
Say me yare krada ze go so papa ni ame hu no me hu say wotia. Me hu say o yare wa shada pa na o so yare because there was a time me ni akwa bi ye krado wo come at me ade no kra. But that is why we have been given the conscience. The conscience is something that it records what you ought to have done. And it's a one year the conscience will tell you, say, oh, conscience. That's right. That is where some people live without confidence. You see, if your conviction is based on condition, and you don't allow your conviction to overcome the condition, personally, I can say, you are not yourself.
Hey, Mediama, I say me. Can tree. Why? Can tree?
Say, near would you di? Say, no cray. Ama near elbow one prono, and determine nearby one prono. Remember nearby one prono, determine near would you two, and then near would you dear. And I may catch you say, wouldn't you want Casao? Why, Yakaso be Ira? Yes, why you're Pomu. He is living in a body that he has not even appreciated. He is somebody that he doesn't even know himself, say, or yes, because he is doing something and saying something and thinking about something that is not his reality, and that is why people don't achieve their potentials. Papa Smiley, every individual in this life, has something somehow to contribute to life. And so if you do not develop that which is inside of you, and that is why I say the kind of education that we are given, we are not given education to be able to support and help society. We are given education to serve some other means, and that is where our poverty starts. And Abba Smiley, for the sake of what you have asked, for somebody to kind of say things and then do things that is quite incongruous, and then Papa Smiley, you want to or can't be or can't say you're now you're from or can't say yankwa now because such a person cannot be trusted. And when you cannot be trusted, you cannot be, nothing can be handed to you. You see, I know, say, Osha, if somebody is going to give something to somebody, he wants to make sure say man or trust him. And he has to find all means, all ways, make sure say let us go. Why do people choose choose their own rather than the other, when even their own is not that which is supposed to be? And that is why people believe and do things falsely. We are not. You see, darkness can never, wherever there is darkness and you pass by and don't see that there is darkness, then you are also dark.
Hey, Madama, Tobasi, Sakemu.
When there is darkness and you pass by the darkness, without making that darkness to become lighter, then you are also dark.
Let's just say Sumo. Now, oh, for sumnum. Well, who difference be a necessary unsu you.
Wait. Papa Smiley, you have lost your humanness. There are 3 areas that human beings, we are definitely in all our human endeavors. Of course, it can take form in different shapes and forms and structures, but there are 3 categories. I would say, physics for almost say matter is constituted in 3 elements of quantitative elements, the fundamental elements, time, length or distance, and then I think there is another one. So yeah, the seconds, and then weight, mass, time, mass, and length. These are the 3 fundamental. And from that we derive all the other fundamental things that are physical. Into anything that we can call it as physical, whether it is at the elemental or the atomic or the subatomic level, it has to get these dimensional properties. When you don't get these dimensional properties, they refuse to be matter. And that is why we have come as scientists. Now, I'm not sure whether we are still holding, because you say matter can never be destroyed nor created, but it can be transformed from one to the other.
That's right.
Heat energy can be transformed from heat energy to sound energy to electrical energy, and vice versa. But you cannot create matter afresh.
That's right.
Papa Smiley, where am I going? I'm saying, there are 3 fundamental elements that makes us human. As a human, when you see something that is unstructured, that is not in the proper order, you put it in order. That makes you human. We are here to solve problems. And so when you refuse to solve problems, you are not growing, you are not developing, you are not maturing. And how can you depend on every now and then? Of course, disability is there, but even some people with that disability, it doesn't mean that they are not useful. And what I'm saying is, we are here as human beings, wherever we find ourselves, whether on this platform, whether in your community, in the society, or in government, in politics, in business, in education, in media, wherever we are, Papa Smiley, you are bringing in something. You have created this platform. You have structured it. You have made it and you have even if people started with you, you have made it this thing work. So we have somewhere that we can bring our voice. We can contribute. There are 3 areas. Let me just mention it. Truth or light or knowledge or reality is something that should be brought wherever there is human endeavor. And then also we need to bring structure where there is unstructured elements. We need to bring structure. And then we need to also bring fulfillment, fulfillment. Wherever, and human beings as we are, I can tell you, none of us will come to that point and say, I've got everything in such a way, say, I am okay, I don't need anything. You are a liar. So you rely on somebody. You must know that somebody is relying on you, and you also rely on somebody, and that is why interdependency is the key.
And that somebody is also relying on somebody. And that person is also relying on somebody.
And then it will come back to that reliance, and it will come back to you. Smiley, when we are talking about human, I'm saying my bones you because if you cry and you I'm a mess on my bone. I'm smiling. Boom. Yeah, we are see a way. Sometimes you see a I know, say others are behind us listening at some point in time, and they will come on board. But Smiley, they have something to contribute. And sometimes we say no. So for Charles Adia or okay or Kachiano, we say no be no. But Smiley, we have not come to this state where we are even going to space and doing all these things by the beginning of this time. It started long ago when humanity started to live on this earth and started to now move away from just hunting and eating animals to domestication, bringing animals to home and then rearing them from a stone age to a metal age to whatever age. Papa Smiley, people have contributed, and we need to acknowledge that. So Obiba, that's even, and that is what development means. Development means the next batch of people that come should do better than those who were there before. If those who were there before, that is not development. That is backward development. And at this point in time, we as whether Ghanaians or citizens of Ghana, so these are all interconnected areas. There is no one single issue that you will bring up and that is not connected with something that you yourself haven't got any idea. And that is what we need to learn from one another. You see, who say some aspect of life, some aspect of study, some area, ways baba ujababa, not in the politics naba, now achibobaba, not in the economical figures. The statistics not the aba. I don't
always all come as a mewa.
Oh my with this in mind, as we educate people, we need to educate them how to become say nimpano whatever it is in him, a package. So it is for us to discover what is it that this person is leaning towards. Apa Smiley said, yeah, wasa nka wo discover nka wo chain nka BBC Crampo ma. But you have to grow after going through all this, passing through, you have come back and you have sat and you have analyzed, there is a need in terms of Ghana First and bringing in some kind of an aspect of journalism, which is focused on bringing Ghana First to the fore. And this thing is not happening. I know there is Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. There is but if you look at them, at this time, they are much more, because of economy, they are much more interested in sometimes foreign aid. They are much more interested in a year, which is okay. I'm not saying people should not say that. People should not bring up a year, but you see, anything that does not help us to develop, that does not help us to change, that does not help us to prepare the next phase for the next generation of people, then that thing is limiting us. Into Papa Smiley, for us to be able to say we are Ghanaian, and I say we need to now come to terms of where have we come from. Yes, we can make legislation is one way of solving problem, but it doesn't solve the problem. Even some legislation, who interprets the legislation is also another matter. So people can write legislation and they know what they are interpreting, what the interpretation will be. It's like the animal farm. Papa Smiley, with what language do we write our constitution? Is it any Ghanaian language? Papa Smiley, was I born in? I'm not an Englishman. It is if you are bringing is it for the common man or for the average man or for the high class man? I'm asking you, Jimano.
Oh, okay, all right. Matu point na say.
It is me interpreting the constitution. Who is the man to come and tell me what the interpretation should be given to a particular kind of citizenship? The constitution, the 1992 constitution. That's the constitution. No, not Rollins and Etiswa. Then the.
Oh, interesting. Madam, quite interesting. Sounds there.
Very interesting.
One other thing in our discussions yesterday, Nami Busama who say, at what point Anna ubitimi apunipa, right? Say, you name you see so. On say, yakasa, Africans ni bi kura na ho na munsuo so kura wo mo try say wo ba wo mbe ko ba
yen kura ye pekwan ya e bi kura bompa say yen chino nko ye say wo de ye do kwa nyi
ade ba ko ma eno so asem busa ba ko e ba me trim. Not necessarily because of because of this voter registration, right? Okay. But now maybe some who say, at what particular point and ubetimi apu nipa so the identity and also asem kese pa ba ko emre sim ne yede be ye be kan ho asem enti say ne de who is a Ghanaian and know that at what point would you stand for something other than your own? Now, other than your own, no, it is not necessarily say a group that you belong to, but other than your own, no,
something that you
yourself, no. So,
every grand panzer was my AB and a woman commentary.
Sir,
what support to Arsenal? I would.
Them Arsenal for the encomasemu na sankrofo no on say akwai say oba bia na ne hye so ana wo ye niam bi na aja no right o consider say bia obesai de we afana so
na ka o support Arsenal
me come asem keke on dem
okay you
as o consider say o person o consider no but o ya na de o ye na uja no so na ogusua wo na untimi nese wo eba wo ye wo gusua ye so
okay
asna 40 what does say asna former broken heart too much not broken
I was saying we be our
oh my broken heart too much me there right asna standing what other than your own no so a bit my say bia wan kasa or principle bia you have believed in for a very long time. That's what I say.
Yeah.
But at some point in time, there is something that you have learned that is possibly greater than a principle that you have held on to for a very long time. Would you be bold enough to let go of what you have believed in, and then pick on the one that you have come to figure out? Now we can expand it to say to a political party that you hold lineage to, right? It becomes your own. Now, at what point, Anna, you stand for something that is being propagated by another party other than your own? So the identity and say yet me educate you on that line now. We will tend to look out for the good in all of life.
That's it.
We will tend to look out for the good in everything that comes around us.
Okay.
And from seeking that good from all that comes around us, we will be promoting greater good in this universe.
Okay.
And see a adeɛ baako a yɛbɛka ho asɛm kɛseɛ papa da sɛ asɛm baako a wɔka yɛwɔ say where there is darkness and you walk through and there is no difference, you are also darkness.
You are dark. You are darker than the dark.
On say saa asɛm no asɛm bi emu dɔ so na say esum ka bi mpo na sɛ wo yɛ candle kɛkɛ mpo na afa mu a
ebedwane.
We will have to see the candle in there. So on the identity, and the bottom line, no, said the amity I say, come and they say, no matter who you are, make sure say you express your good wherever that you find yourself.
Amen.
So,
Amen.
express it at all cost. And say candle. You be who name candle and yes be a bit mammy who at the end baby, but you will still be able to see say there is some light there. So that
that's it. Also I was married light in your mumbe a horror an example.
Thank you very much.
The decoration.
Now
bakono ema hu no nase. And no onto your feet. Na bakono so no bakono ma hu no part hu achire. So now, for example, now back on the map baby, I want to crown so one way here. It shows you where to go, direction. And back on Emma to me nante.
That's right.
Back on my to me to me. Back on my to me too.
It's the piano. Which form of light that you are, no?
Yeah.
There
should be a move.
There should be a move.
You shouldn't be static. Light there. Yeah, so cranny and fence cranny biase.
Yeah, so this can you do? So, and Matthew, me what?
In our Bible, or Matthew. Matthew chapter 5.
Sermon on the Mount, me what? Okay. I see.
No one light a lamp and put it under a bushel. Bakuminson or say. Papa bi ne nioma mama bi ne yirae na so kane de hwe ye so kane efie na ade ne yirae ade ayira ofie no efie ade hwe sometimes no obi kwa ofie no wa yira no nim so it's not American say you can be a citizen.
That's right.
You can be in the but you are lost. You don't know yourself. You don't, and you need the truth to come, and that is why I told you say nyama mi ensa ube pam soon say soon be free and then you bring structure and then you bring fail.
That's right.
You fail. So that if there is no structure and it has to come successively, you cannot fail where there is no light and where there is no structure. Where are you failing? What are you failing?
Pepe.
That's why you see whenever somebody is actually bringing an argument and he's bringing examples here and there, when he has not even made establishment of what he understands by the particular you can see say he's all over the place on your composed It is only when the person is able to define what the parameters that he's working within. That is why sometimes when they give you essay, they give you the margins, and then they give you a certain, because nimpa no ama work you say no. For you to be able to answer this question, you need to work within
certain parameters.
Words. That's a okay, Abasmali, you see, why do we have a field that we call football field? Why? You go goal post. Assuming say you see about football, goal post. I'll be back in the next. I'll be going in the next 3 minutes. But I'm back.
Okay, all right then. Nah. At what points in your personal life, right, that you can possibly share with us, and you stood for something other than your own? Let's just say, you stood for, you are, let's say you are a Christian, you stood for Islam, you stood for, say, Buddhism, you stood for something else other than your own. You come with some clear examples or clear cases B, and then we can learn from that. Why?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right then. And you ever hear him? Why? You ever hear him? Come on. Yo, you hear him no? Me see a bia homana tum. Say also bra. And come a ye no be kabi. Mombadia by na homana de be ato form. Also bra 0208 144 8180 0044 208 144 8180. And abe for Skype no. And also a 24 radio for the very ones in the United States and Canada no. And no dear, very simple. 315-636-4063. 315-636-4063. And your WhatsApp line no, and also 0044 7440 745244. 0044 7440 745244. And then a questions and answers version of Bamaso, where we ask questions, and where a question is on the table, I will give you the opportunity to share your views that you have on what is on the table. Who is a Ghanaian is still on the table. Makenkai, a very long and lengthy article concerning our Supreme Court ruling. Say CI 126 no, and allow my own team for birth certificate, and yet a form of identification to register. And say the birth certificate saga no, say nra abe can be the case of the egg and the chick. Akoko banane akoko no. Possibly you may be asking which one is important. Which one comes first and what have you? In some memory, Bev said, you can say it is as the law stands now. You can't use it as a form of ID, but it can lead you in acquiring a form of ID. Well, it can lead you in, or it can help you in getting a passport. Of course, it can help you to get a passport. And then with that passport, you can get a voter ID. But also plotting now, the birth cert cannot directly take you through to a voter ID, but the birth cert can take you through to the passport, and the passport can therefore lead you to the voter ID. You see, so many things. The bottom line is nipa and emanunsia ebo. I was having a very beautiful interaction with Angelo behind the scene when he sent me this article that I read to you. To be frank with you, everyone can argue on either side, right, as to why the birth cert should not be used to accept people on the voter register. And people can also argue on another side saying, the birth cert should be used as one reference point to admit people on the voter register. But in all these arguments, one thing stands tall. And I said there are some elements that we need to consider. Said the bear and Kanyama about to turn up fine. You see, fire cancer some honesty. Some case pa my gun honesty. Honesty ana ama to see no birth certificate no ekura na yenye de be yemu ebium yemu obi kana sem bi ewo ekire honom kire me when I was sharing the time when I wanted to leave Ghana na you can say me sponsor no me nkofa identity bi ana bibia ekire say me nim numra well I couldn't get a passport oni bi enti the birth set ana media me de koye. This gentleman who was sharing his story with me no ekire me say ono so ebisa ye de be eto no ana odi oye ya opie ya say woni mu bi wono so ni mu bi wono so ni mu bi wo ye call ono otua 50 Ghana that 10 times I check 50 Ghana yeah 50 Ghana no otua ye there just 20 within 24 hours na when you no say Ghana sometimes so to kwaya nipa wo sponsor no bi kura na akoto sa statement no bi akoto no tudu nti wo ankasa wonim no nti ofre ye no na woni kura ni din wo statement ne so no am ye twa BC bi ayede be e de ama no wonim no a create din bi ayede be sene ma me ne papa am ye twa to so e de ama no or the akoje ne visa or the tukwan. So it tells you say there are so many things done out of dishonesty ama the authenticity of our birth certificate and as our documents na are compromised in so many ways. Iti kind ha na out of our dishonesty intina masani ma we nyina ahedebe abem senka ne papa mu a we set out these laws to check out these dishonest actions of ours, but as long as Emrano, it is not going to be running on its own intino even Yashem Rano but the dishonesty no ultimately say it still carries on because a nipa and a man unsiane debe ebo and Supreme Court or machira madwin they went it was just interpreting the law. Say Angelo there was another one. Let me see if I'll be able to read that one. Read that one here as well. Let me see. Angelo. Obama den sending messages. Beautiful ones. Come on. I think this one me send the man. Okay. I'll say in the NDC versus Attorney General and AG judgment June 20, the Honorable Supreme Court said two things in respect of the birth certificate. To better understand what the court said, we need to first adopt and explain, strictly for the purpose of this discussion, two key terms, bearer and holder. Bearer and holder. Let's call the person who, for the first time, holds and presents the birth certificate as hers, the holder. And the other hand, let's call the person in whose name the birth certificate is actually issued, the bearer, right? Okay. From this bifurcation, it may be quite obvious that the holder of the BC will also be the bearer. Indeed, it is true that the holder is in almost all cases also the bearer. It is, however, also true that the holder of a birth certificate is not always the bearer. Example, in case where Kofi fraudulently presents Kojo's birth certificate as Kofi's. The birth certificate and identification. Now, back to what the court said. The first thing the court said was that the birth certificate is not a proof of identity. So the court noted A birth certificate is not a form of identification. It does not establish the identity of the bearer, nor does it link the holder with the information on the certificate. This is a valid point. It reveals the real situation where the holder of a birth certificate may not be its bearer. The point must be accepted as valid because identification is an important element in the electoral process. For example, without an intervening identification mechanism, Kofi, the holder, can successfully present Kojo's birth certificate as Kofi's birth certificate and citizenship. But the court also said another thing. It said that the birth certificate is not a proof of citizenship. The court stated as follows: quite obviously, if a birth certificate provides no evidence of citizenship, quite obviously, a birth certificate provides no evidence of citizenship. It therefore does not satisfy the requirement of the Article 42 of the Constitution. Further, the court insisted. In fact, as a form of identification, it is worse than the NHI card, which was held to be unconstitutional as evidence of identification of a person who applies for registration as a voter in Abu Ramadan number 1 Supra and Abu Ramadan number 2 Supra. First of all, the NHI card was not dislodged in Ramadan on grounds of identification. The card had an identification mechanism. Rather, it was dislodged on grounds of citizenship. Therefore, it was quite a significant mix-up that their lordship compared the two instruments in their context. Secondly, from the judgment, one may understand my lords to be saying that because of its inability to prove the holder's identity, the birth certificate cannot be accepted as evidence. As evidence of citizenship. One may notice that while the link between point A, B, and C are immaculate, the link between point C and D formed a kind of Bermuda link, quite dangerous. It conflicts the issue of identification with the issue of proof of citizenship. However, since this is an entanglement problem, we may disentangle the points with the following corrective explanation. A. Citizenship is necessarily for voter registration. Example. B. Identification too is necessarily citizenship is necessary for voter registration. A. B. Identification too is necessary for voter registration. C. The birth certificate cannot prove its holder's identification. Therefore, D. The birth certificate by and of itself alone cannot be accepted as a proof of identity, and thereby E. not also fit for the purpose of voter registration. What is extremely difficult to accept, however, is a proportion which says that because of its inability to prove the holder's identity, the birth certificate is not and cannot be accepted as evidence to prove citizenship. Quite to the contrary, a more accurate proposition, I think, will be the one which says that the birth certificate is a valid and complete means of proof of its bearer's citizenship. Let me explain how the birth certificate achieves this. A person's citizenship is determined along two main particulars. First, her place of birth. B. Her parentage. Both of these particulars are contained in the birth certificate. That, I think, make the birth certificate, having been duly issued, a valid evidence for establishing whether or not its bearer is a citizen. Misrepresented birth certificates. However, there is another interesting line of argument. This argument seeks to propel the claim that the birth certificate is basically rubbish because it could be forged, faked, or misrepresented. that argument too can be quite difficult to sustain. Let's use currency, that is money system, to examine this argument. Currency is evidence of the value which is written on it. Because of this quality, currency is treated as legal tender. Everyone is bound to accept it as a payment of debt to the value which is stated on it. But then we have fake currency. Currency is fake if it lies about itself. A currency note lies about itself if any of these two things happens. If it is not duly issued, example, a forged note, or B, if though duly issued, its true value is not what it is offered. For example, passing off a 1 Ghana cedis note for a 50 Ghana cedis note. The existence of fake currency notwithstanding, only a few people would seriously argue that currencies generally are not evidence of the value which is written on them. People would rather argue for a stiff punishment for currency fraud. Let's apply the currency framework to birth certificates. They, like passport, diplomas, etc., are both legal instruments. The birth certificate is evidence of what is written on it. As indicated earlier, what is written on a birth certificate are exactly what you need in order to know the bearer's citizenship. But we have fake birth certificates too. A birth certificate lies about itself if what it says is not what it is offered to prove. And a birth certificate is incapable of proving what it is offered to prove if any of these two things happens. A, if it is not duly issued, example, a forged birth certificate, or if though duly issued, its holder is not its bearer. Like in the case of a currency note, and indeed in the case of all other legal instruments, only a handful of people will seriously argue that birth certificates generally don't prove their content simply because people do fake or forge or misrepresent a few birth certificates. Indeed, the approach in such matters is not to rubbish or deny the instrument's utility altogether, but rather to enhance its integrity and sanctity. And the best way to enhance or protect the instrument's integrity is to ensure a rigorous regime for its issuance and a stiff punishment for its abuse. Margin of error. Finally, for the fake birth certificate line of argument to be taken seriously, it is not enough to simply say or prove that people do fake, forge, or misrepresent the birth certificate. After all, people do fake currency notes, degree, passports, etc., but we still accept them as valid representation of the particulars they contain. To reject the BC as evidence of proving citizenship, therefore, one must go beyond and show also that the number of fake, forged, or misrepresented BCs are so overwhelming that it has rendered the entire birth certificate system completely broken. This is a margin of error question which must be shown by cogent evidence. Conclusion. Perhaps if these humble lines had attracted attention of their learned lordship, the holding of the birth certificate's capacity to prove citizenship would have been a little different. In all, I think the court ought to begin to shift towards upholding the utility and integrity of state institutions and the legal documents they issue, rather than lend its mighty support to force that render such institution weak and less useful. Beautiful. Now the big question: would the court have added the BC to the list of identification documents in CI 126, even if it held that the BC proved evidence of citizenship? For so many reasons, I doubt. For instance, in Ramadan number 1, Wood CJ held that an identification document will not be fit for electoral register's purpose unless it cumulatively discloses the following: that the holder's identity in terms of name, face, or other biometric data. B, the holder's citizenship in terms of place of birth and parentage. And D and C, the holder's age or date of birth. As a matter of fact, the BC has not, in recent history, been used as a complete or autonomous identification document for voter registration purposes. And that's probably because the BC, by and of itself, though a complete form of citizenship, lacks the identification quality that the electoral process needs. We sure say what you say, I there ako kasem. Enti I don't say there is a thin line in between. Enti you will need to appreciate that thin line so that you'll be able to put forward your argument whichever way you want to go effectively. Na yewie san komodie we say me Angelo yewie san komodie no a little commentary that we pass no busa some few questions say reading these two articles no pursue who the name calling and whatever many people have said about our judges no, is it justifiable? Are we not being unfair to our judges one way or the other? And also as some case back one there a down and then say we will do a live edition of trending news. Another the recorded one on a brew war. A kika boom no and the good the guitar storage so yan kind of sa and ya bomber away uchi this time around yenya abrantepa Eddie Donko all the way in Ghana live on the radio. Inti we hope say yahoma no ebesia ni ahoden mu na yene na twetwe nkomo kama on the various things trending in our lovely country. And yet Eddie na impom to say
Chidi ampo anda bibia boko na also
mesu me hoden pa mesu me hoden na anya bia what me atro wudi no
me pass name ma share me ni card
kabi
share da
what me atro wudi
nyame aro ma share me share no na no kwesiada
oh okay na obi na voucher ma wa na say wo passport obi na obi na yema wo
aswan family ni jina no so guarantee
sa that is a uni passport uni passport
mini passport
anani Ghana
mini passport
anani Ghana card nso
Ghana card na ye bet e wo be bi me try ade nti also kombewa me to Germany na
okay but what Ghana card ni bi but sense say wuntimi enrich to baby a Ghana card no sisi and na o say obi gina wana mu na o yere sa me boa
no correct do
okay I see na utu yesi kama o mu gina wana mu no o mu kakra so fantos o mu kakra so fantos yu ana
papa so de u say emra no ana ye di so na ntre obi gina e say obi adaze so ye Ghana ya ma enti ma menye sanso
sawa o musanso
ma spring ni gina mu ma me ana menu aba konso gina ho mi only party any free
oh okay I see na say wa hu ni papa na dia Omuje Kakrasha. Right. Okay. You. And although a little bit skirmishes there, but let's try a live edition of trending news, So na said this year and if you didn't know, say, oh, dear, no BAT, if you are fine, and Eddie, my trending news, no, uncle. What's it?
That's it.
And this is Aquento4 Radio.
Edu. I feel your tongue, and to know that Shasia, a boy am common right away, right? Who say sound of being a make city, but Shasia boy am common right away. And then later on, we will see how best you will be able to manage that. Why? Okay. All right.
The movie about the about 24 radio as Ocean Ghana time above 4:16 p.m. Edu say and some yabuano say trend news no yedi bi eba some baby war na and some yedi ba no too much edi and I know na assembly AC Utu Senior East Nina and say Rashabejania which Edema Utu Senior East constituency. Okoi se okwa ko na ni sa se ewo registration exercise e koso no e hona na we mentally asi anunti obo ran kemu yitio etwe na eno na condemnation dodo na etimi amba minority side any my side ni nyina ne oba condemn na isi ye no so na peace council wa abonten obo any occupy Ghana so ababeka ensem afasa espa esi no and see yede same way any afro and yede babesomo awie ewo Aquento4 radio senior papa smari dika bo medino medin ede Edward don me edike me na mediti medie bremo yen transfer no yen sma yede bremo no mo entire ensa se Ghana team and some Yena Yaria Abeto Riasia na some Ghana Information Minister no Eka and 730 ATS for Ghana na eno na enra omo Asian Central no omo FPA enim say nipa 8,989 and etimi enya yare no bi ewo ehonam na 28,989 enya yare bi no 25,331 womo eho ato womo na active care ehono 3,605 trans and nipa 153 and etimi mo ewo ehonam na ye share region by region in a city. Greater Accra region equals 15,519 cases. Sanso and Ashanti region equals 6,264 cases. Western region Tosomi and San equals 2,310 cases. Central region equals 1,236. Sanso and Eastern region equals 1,091. Sanso and your friend voter 22 cases and Bro region almost to Equator 421 East 83 Western 283 Upper East Equator 282 Northern region Equator 271 so and Outer region Equator 150 Ahafo region Equator 116 Upper West region Equator 75 Savannah region Kuta 57 and Northeast region Kuta 9 cases. Brenda yetimi at eja ewo honum na openia oye director at the Ghana Health Service now ora ye friend Dr. Patrick Kumabwa or the ensuing Ujawa bra almost 734
accounting for about 87.4 cases of 4% of all cases ever reported. This is the cumulative figure of 28,088 cases ever reported in the country from the 12th of March when we had our first. We have reported 153 deaths, which accounts for 0.53% of all the drugs cases, 33 from 0.53%. That's the of the banks ever conducted. So far conducted 363,022 tests with an allocation of 11,792.
And Dr. Patrick Kuma Abuaje, Nona Oye Director of Ghana Health, Nensama Auditory be no na ye come esi wo Ewutu East anano Bradano Emu na NDC Director of Action Yera a free anchor what they are to a job atama esi no idea emphasize sasem no etimisi yem positive mami a friend of me Yakubu Onabu na osa enso Mr. Eddie Special Development Initiative Media or that about that di ewo kafa anadano atibia etse interest or honorable yentie honorable free aka
Sponsored and led by high-ranking official and Monica by this similar criminal act really committed before. Together with the gun, all NDC supporters and Eastern Ghanaians asked for peace. Not that she is a gun who does not deserve to occupy any public position of trust. And we the many words of conscience in society to demand the immediate dismissal from office and the prosecution for peace in its crimes.
And no director of election Edema NDC, the major opposition political party, war Ghana has one director of election or they and not for and na another occupying parliament say and minority and majority na say mame maybe how a complaint na number 2 adebia and so any yentie honorable Muntka Mubarak.
Our role is the police are there to help ensure order. Even control person. So that really should be that really call for that. For me, it's for that. People in my listening, I will agree that the thing that lie will be into listening, and that's what we can attempt to put it off. But in the police station, where there are police officers, anything. So that will warrant any of us from everything. For a weapon. Because see, when we shot and kill somebody, and I'm so ashamed as a member of because we are
and a minority ship honorable Muntka Mubarak and other science me a ton some for animal what you say and found a provocation a toma meno entire searching also and deputy majority ship in them and also it's much the same. I mean, Nana more 2 year condemnation. I was saying, it's so not so a kind.
That one thing. We have to do with her, and I expect that we will be firing from the end. Some information I got admitted back. But I think that to do with the police. The police are doing their own investigation. I think that's very interesting. I yes, that is a problem. I think that, like I said, I don't know why that I love it, and then I would know why how for all you know, just good to know what it's like. That is why the police are so into it. To take action.
Edu memo apostle audios no I'm saying edru audio bit one aya na e breaky kakra so and we are not catching you very well that side no. And so they just carry on giving us the news as you've gathered right. And then going forward, we will see how best you'll be able to get the audio bit in beautifully. And so there, just carry on giving us the news, the trending news, and then we take the rest later on. Why?
Mate, na yet. Yeah, Beko Okup Ghana for say na eno na kwesebe and also a penny power can occupy Ghana for omode o man no atemu say osha sama esi ewo wutenya isina ade bia wo say nyina ye condemn na amaame no amono homoden ami Mavis kumsina oye maspejani wa amono homoden no say na na dan kwakufu ado Ghana mampino or Diaman say Minister was Special Development Initiative Obasan na we esi a form honor and it say policy for afre ma mi am na be kire ni din na eno entre se mra no ye na adwuma din kire no kwa to ke ba se wo papa Somalia na se kwa metia se na asamni enka meda aban kukum na so mami enam Ghana so afa no edi e wo se apolifo numu pa yi omo pepe ye ebitimi ato aja na ya te ho se e wo ho na o hwe mami friti na wa fetio odi aboba se afo ne ka ya ko station ka so onom akwa to woni doma nyina se eye ade a etia mra no eye ku sebefia na sama ode etro ensem trefo enim yako National Peace Council woman so aseye na eno na most Reverend Emmanuel Asante oye chairman what am say ni ya e was Ghana mampeni ana dan kwa kwado wapama me no fi sa ministry home e so tene na influence ni nyina say honorable member was obobra ma afufu esia no na o chi etio akwakoto nipadua mu nisaneka na sa anamo amami tuye eye ade bia enso ni na ense fata na na yebisa ne say papa na o suppose fuji dia wo mo edi no empempe ya edru say Ghana policy for wo independent edi wo political parties in some and I'm say ewo NDC for to me no NDC for answer well eche aposi for edi omochi jombe bia advantage so na to me no be before and so sama the same na mo and so mo say no be or kasa asimi be ni nyina anything to Ghana for political parties ni bi obi abe befa me bia na or the opposite for no ye de or mo pe nti one de wo di se ebre no ni suppose for or ebeye independent no mo di wo mutuma sania Ghana for na yeshe and also mo say na point maybe na oni aduma no eno adebia e perism na say nti yen to na government kesa abe Ghana remember saying China into a to akoso ama political hooliganism to HR Nina education also your bottom the any quite political hooliganism na say you di na say bejane and na say opendia echi adi say fata as the bottom paper yana you want to me na chance na fit so I say okay NC for also almost I can be peaceful also be no way to say massa to an amount of from upper world in airport ASMS edit amount body in here and says political hooliganism and no edit or more ehu esim na no na also say me say bejafo and for more members saying so more emwa omuni kakra na de be ma Bruno DNT no matter omo no de omo ye di se ene de fata honum na peace council one chairman Yera Most Reverend Emmanuel Asante nensema ono so wode ato Ghana for ene de a wode ato Ghana na ene say ene mo ni ya ono Davis Kumsen yes na ni dibreno yanyin training sem ya Ghana de osho enwomesia no aye so yewa onyanko mayo kupembe na anu ada ne beto just COVID-19 ono so ebi action na ene nyame ya dom ama ne hoto ya say odi ni jum edim ene 24 radio news team no yes aka say papa the friend na no fire mati opoku prempe wati akona bato so a wako trending na owie yepe na ode some trust enim say obest na yaka tere wana Ghana fina wana owo Mesia South da Masibeja constituency one constituency one training so 18 years and say after one assembly because also after judgment ubedi no betim the card no so ayen go best be abekwa training ewo yet was the any advance asokwa electoral na dia asema ti asiene say second vice chairman Edinburgh NPP ewo constituency adance asokwa constituency oni the coordinator our say assemblyman ewo ansa electoral area mo ede ni mentime wa say aba montem omo nyina yefunu ba ma NPP for na the abeto jale say registration exercise ekoswe chairman na oye NPP second vice chairman opare na di etie ono etim say assemblyman awo sa ansa electoral house ye executive member ewo NPP demo ewo danda so ko o tsema no ye gani ina say open na akuni metre opare oye second vice chairman de ma NPP ewo sa so ko ono na eye assemblyman ena ora asa sena ono na press ena o press ba penny friend of second vice chairman free akunya ena mentimo ase eba omtem intenu ada na say o no training din na o no ena penny fotum penny friend o reach say o tanani ena de asno aba intis sa challenge form no open pare abia o asem say o one party ba the break o tremu say onye gani opening so one day we gani nemo adasa so kwa ena ye wo ho ena yete no the brain e no mo pe ena mo enya into opening akama okane wone enye adwene wo e ho the way between Yamatua, Jumadian, so the studios of 24 radio. Nina and say, Yabeka, best and Sunny, and Opera and Canon, or the show for NPP and Manukuno, Yura John, now upon Etones, a friend, now and no NPP. Any Labusha for a scene Kunyano, and that day, minimum say 22nd of July, and Labusha Fui, or Akaboma, or more AD now, or Chida. And it's so PMO, Sacrano, as a sentimental and Yasan Ketua, and Libre Eddie Abba, Eddie Ama, NPP, you Sanso, and Openia friend, John Busha, and Ganafunya. Yena arehosemi so na yemfa ensema yeboaboa no a ete ewo Ghana hase yemfa ensi ase nyame adom na se bibia ma abi osaka no ibetu aboni na ede ama watiefo
yo ora edike yebedo ase pa kama na I'm say one of the main issues are trending no Minister Wama warning shot no right
yeah my main is how Akumsen there's been a mixed reaction or response from various sides the beach said mami wa kukudru pa wa bono ho ban wa kire akukudru we defending no ho ana said ya wo kan no. There are other people who are also condemning what she did. In your view, no, what do you say? Was she defending herself? Was it something it could have been done another way, or obviously because there was a gun, no, there should be a warning shot? Well, GDS said ebinum ekan no we make also fiti prekope na ufa etio eto ni nyina ya ne se ko hon obi atetes bono question I see bi attempt say wo bono en afei onye police ni na akwa ma one shot is there ebe kai a may 9 see here wait ya gasa usini to ye na me adona eden e hwe no nkwa sama to ni to na youth na wo ma another the parties na so ebi say adona ni ai na etu ento en ka only so na to ye na ona aduna senka second time to best better get to okuto na
okay, all right.
And the anwa mene peace council address my mena set good example as an MP was the good example ewo ehonum so o party members na they went through about honorable who unifier na homa both parties so nipa ne NDC so ye NPP na ho nipa ho na ya adem you know so mo beto na ana so mo nto abana ma enti se one shot iba en abuba bi free soro ebe ya enkoto nsim nipa na ho na omo so na bekọ akoto enti mu abuba no ma mi bi ano se enkobo no na no na nkeko nipa sinke nipa ya twena nkwa 7 December nipa so bet na adwene ebeba se beto abaya ma anaso wantomo nti we aje okra feeling sem nti me wo ma ekse ma mi anamo no antwa yi no ni nyina eye adwene se wo too far ida se wo be friend ko no too for say ai asundie wonye epi consider enye oni pa we MP ewo constituency ho enye oni ni pa we atwo so a o MP ewo sa constituency ho enye oni kwa oni minister ewo Ghana se enye kwa any minister obetna daga enti bibi se no eye kasade ene kasade kire ye chita for say bo akonya na ato pre we mpoko registration na kɔkɔ na fie na kɔkɔ wa adwuma so no ɛno nyɛ adeɛ bi a ɛwɔ sɛ ɛtɔkwaba mia
okay
imagine de ne bia bɛ ne sɛ ana mo tu yɛ no bia na ɛfta
I see na ɔkɔ hɔ sɛ wɔkɔtwuru ne di a na sɛ na wɔkɔ check nneɛma kakra wɔ hɔ
ɛhɔ na wɔyɛ MP ɛwɔ hɔ wɔyɛ asa any member of Parliament Ewutu Senior East from Kaswa a part of the constituency.
That's right. That's right.
Or training or nomination so or the name after to say the name cast napo a year no na no call ya no say a mebuna no mo chesia wa o name central for Kasera you know edima no o te so ka enko de scare a dom na o akọ a ọkọpọ sa etio no nti ono de no akọ training din train so the number as MP or constituency ho.
Okay, all right then. Yo, ora edike ye bedo wase na producers e wa ha nso kire se bomodia se audio na waye no we find a means for you to send it across na yetimi abo you be born in life ewa ha say ohun ya mitro no hopefully no that will be much clearer for a tier for some meeting nyina but for now there you better was it for your time spent with us today nyame yad mo a ochina we'll see how far either we do a live one or we will just do the audio once again. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening. Okay audio
ne de bebre e wa ha say chairman of police council ne de e wa ha say komo ne di ye no wa munya bre na mubo e de tireti wa e be me da. Beautiful. Thank you very much Edike. Ye be sa kasa we chiro. Bye bye. Beautiful. Yo Edike ana motene nkana abrantia ejire danisim krokrowa in fact Nadrimu de Mudo. Mrantia, she said, they have a very beautiful future. They will simply want to learn in advancing into that greater heights ahead of them. And Edike, thank you very much once again. Yeah, 12 you media so right here on our 24 radio, our Brabopa radio, and our 24 radio GH Bamaso, and then questions and answers version of Bamaso. That was just to give way for trending news happening in our country. And then we are carrying on with who a Ghanaian is marking kind articles to me Nina trying to let us know the difference between citizenship, a citizen and a national. Well, we share the two articles I can kind the bottom line is the birth certificate on its own wouldn't be able to serve as an identity for whoever the bearer or the holder is. There are so many things that have caused these things to happen. One of them, the obvious, the means of issuance, we all know how things have been when it comes to the issuance of our birth certificate. I was talking to you about Unyebia, Akoto statement, Edeko visa, Etukwai, Okoye, yes, nipa na ne din wo statement ne so no won kofa bibi eye de be ebetimi a kire se woni kro no eye na wonim no anase wo be na identity won so a wontimi nya passport e masa oni kro no enti no de oye ya ne se oye call ya 50 Ghana akwaje birth certificate a criticality din ya de be ama oni krona akoto statement no or the akwaje no visa wokone baby enti the way your issue birth certificate no ewo o Ghana mu no eye one area that raises a lot of concern enti sauti article na making kind na they all touched on these two major areas. Now media ma doko baye na wo boye nkomo no ono so boy ntwa kama pa na asem musa ba ko a epie mu ewo mediama adoku enkomodie mu ene say at what point would you stand for something other than your own? Now at what point would you stand for something other than your own? Nature say
we have something that we stand for, right? Some people stand for the fact that they are Christians. Some people stand for the fact that they are Ghanaians. Some people stand for the fact that they are Muslims and what have you. Now, at what point would you stand for something that is either than your own? Let's just say, in fact, at what point would you stand for something other than oba, right? In a situation whereby oba any another person any interaction be, at what point would you stand for the person that is not either your son or your daughter? Now, you also have your own principles that you work with. Never be a wabe over the time past. At what point, Anna, you will say, now, based on what I have come to know from this person, I am ready to stand for what I have come to know. I'm not going to go for what I have been working with all this while. At what point would you stand for something other than your own? So you may be a member of, in the context of what we are doing here, you may be a member of either the NPP or the NDC. At what point would you stand for what the NDC or the NPP represent when you are not a member of that party? And also, asem kesiye debe eda honum yabeju adwenkyere debe wo ho pa na asem baako eno so abeto table no so obi obisa ya am say ache. Maybe we said it in the passing. The difference, or so who the difference between faith and superstition. What is the difference between faith and superstition? Is there any gray area? There can be faith and superstition meeting. Intersection. Is there an intersection between faith and superstition? Or in simple terms, what is the difference between faith and superstition? And some answer and that so. Yabakwa homano so ne ahyase fire de minim se wo hyase a obeku speed kakra. Enti yen hyase wo owa hene champon ho. Na owa hene wi na ambassador for Christ Kofi Agyemang enso ba wi a afi fire obi oba chire bia no oba be di wachi no aye debe no aboy nkomo kama pa. Enti yen hyase wo owa hene champon enso owa hene unmute yourself na afi boy nkomo kama owa hene bama so
adwen kesi
beautiful
we person make you see about akwara be ma akwara be ne di be no akase go adi mutin
okase gu ma say okay ade so I Ghanaian me boy
Ghana ni
and that one so timi kan Ghana say
we nam say ni papa ni papa
Ghana ni oh
Papa mami Ghana ni
okay
ni mami Ghana ni mami so Ghana.
That's right.
Omo Bruno any crew bra out free. Oh my Ghana. You know. Na owa ne ba. Yeah. Yes,
I see. Na mami ne mami said okay omo approve it so me Ghana for e dey.
Omo no na say omo nyina free kura ba ko. Kura ba ko. Okura no ene mo be Ghana. You know. And I'm so no. Me mami amenimu no. Me me na council amenimu no. HSA. Yeah no. Ba my Ghana. Yeah. Asantini.
Yeah, Asantini.
Na mesa ni. Nkru bia ebusu afọ no mo ewa yokohwe ya yin hu se ha na ifi
asi
ya mama ni say papa sa gi wi se man ka me boa na me ka kire oni me ni je pa se me Ghana ni papa sa de no nko die me ni je ke se ye wo be free ekru wi se ye my Ghana na no bi na intimi to yi na match se de bia ye kan na ye ra ho ni yesu and I'm see two kwan no you say so for Ghana was when you so pass so you Ghana ni preoccupy nam no bia ye de to ho a me bi de me to hu ye no eno ni nti no ma me ji sim ye Ghana ni
okay all right I see you all right champo Thank you very much for letting us know. Say unko mo die msma hu kwan faso ma e kire se wo ye Ghana ni wa kire wo de kama
Ehona meni nintano na yi menia fireman canon na because one so embassy want to because Ghana brano and I'm say mo de some work to mra no etimi mra no etimi kire say na we be count the keka mo be keka no be bu mo ka cheche ache say we do Ghana ni we do British ni we omo timi omo timi cheche am won say one hwe on kuto one hwe on to wo musu to mu da on omo timi cheche omo cheche categories no ama mo hu say fall into this we is fall into this one ka ho e bit me jawasim say o papa no ma me okuro no bo no e bi ntino na wo no na e ho no de timi ma say emre bi this emre bi ansa na wo afa no kwa saji wo tum this ansem hunu basa ngonwora yi but ha no no won say e wo si timi na mre chechire mu ye chechire mu ni yie o mo e bi ti baka so mo ye Ghana ni e no mo ye Ghana e di na wo say ebe kan wani pa be Ghana ni ene san ma no ye chechire mu enti ye kwato oba ne ye kase bi birth certificate ye ntu we Ghana ni just hold the pap me enu me saba so be ma verify che so we Ghana ni san hono na e time delay chale ye delay no madodo delay no too much delay no madodo enti papa wo de ma ni si wono na
okay all right me sure say fire ene Mombadi ana Dr. Jingo wombeka bibi kakra ewo ho amaye why na ansana meko Dr. Jingo so no quickly now wait my hair your fast na my at what point would you stand for something other than your own?
Hey papa sa question everyday stand for something look say on say if you sababon ye ebu your own mission be our principle our dey atu na
that's right.
Maybe it was see papa the principle no I don't know I go by it so they will be as me ma be nchichire me it will me ma be nchichire me boba be preoccupy if I want to move I move the way I'm saying yeah me say me no wo ho no na me no eye bibi na wo no me wo ye ade enye na me catch you say enye papa na ade na me ka kiro me gusu ka kiro me ka kiro na me force enye na wa hwe de be konsofi mu wan hwe ye jai medical champ me no me hu sa pe na me ka na me chechiro me fro bit ma fro na me tu fu na me chiro si jai na wan jai na bibi be chechiro na ya papa me upa enipa nyina nsu me nsu enipa nyina nsu ntimi tu da he enipa nyina bi su wiase me nsu enye se me debate nsu because I didn't ever know. Say that, no, say, me catch you, say, jai, and I mean, come. I dear, oh, you know, everything you look or say him, and to jai. Yes. If you are, oh, no, say, if you have no honor, or baby, I open on over so ban who secret, no, over so you banner like an I ready, or copen or no good in can be, name your do. And I would one of the coffee banner already. Oh no one kwatena edu be to ba no mpe no no ba ni bi na no ka se me to so e wa kwon okoso wa di because we the food penny we the food penny
okay
it's me to dey abrabo no aye na mo ye kon ye ba no e wo se de bia wo hu ba bia wo gina wo hu ba bia wo gina me ne wife wa han mu si wo tumi ka so me to hono mo a wo so ye nkwa am si dem de bia me ka se me ko ba bia me to me nkazi me ko be o ba tumi ase en ko tanke mu ya o ba ko be bia ko o ba ko be bia ko o de woni mu do ko ampa me ni mu do me ni ase le me ni mu do me ti ase because enye me so ko tanke mu tu ko be bi enye me se me wo hono ma na me so ase wo ba ka na me fo se e free me am with me fo se e free se bit ma ko am so woni yanko kachale I don't just move I do papa me move ko because I had just some for long. Me be bien to chime. And he says, say, what to na man watch chiro. So be back and be here. Your life no, we want to be good talk. On a channel, no, after we force a bien was here. I
see. They say no, on said they will change him, you know. This is a principle that you work with, right? On say that has become something that you work with, so it has become your own, right? And at what point, Anna, you will forgo that principle and possibly another principle that employs you to, irrespective of this principle that you hold, you would have to still do good, At what point would you forgo your own and possibly look out for the good, irrespective of whatever the person may have done?
Okay, what I'm saying, me find the say, hey, for one, jai. Let me say, if you have say, maybe the member, a better example, because someone,
I get your park also.
I don't say, meet my Cassibia, maybe the member,
Oh, and they said, my mamma had a so now we are. Okay.
Yes, meet me, I'm Michelle. I say, Oba, now. When you know what to tell the man principles, we will be tea. Now, if you are, walk away from so baby, when the mission. Messa Chinaba, me my name Cosay. I'm telling you, meet me, my name Cosay. Meet me, my idea, mediana, me say, and Cosay. Because if you are a swordin or quay, what the mission. Now, Taman, I'm ready for say. Menene betina na menene no matter na sword near way no message akwanaba and I'm saying me person obese and no me kan ye film problem me kan ye okwa ti obi na e twe ne ko say mu ne de message me de na saba no chi bi min jai de me de no e ma ne san obi nsan ko se ne ma me no ene de papa me de ne be sisu din me masade no adi we see the meet because someone say abey me die
okay
me ti obi tem dey see am so wahene din na me dey aturo no se me hwa maku ya mo obi e de bibi aba be sign dia e de bibi asi na be kan say akwa no ase no me de me be ka say ho de ne eni de ne me gina tu pa say e wo sem say akwa gino atretre entene e bia be me jai de me principle na e kwa me me chinchine try no say me was me free hold more na me de me kwadi wo na me hwe me kwatsa ade ni bi.
Okay all right then. Thank you very much for that explanation. Why ya bedo as no ahwe ye wo fase for na maye open source aba mu a
did say we papa de me nko ama
oh send I say wo hwene no you are entitled to the shape of your nose. What I say into what church you are going to come up. You, thank you very much. Oh, why you Tehono Mae na menko Dr. Jingus way on some remugi ya near fire and a bombardier. So, Doc Bamaso Fansa Bosso. Beautiful. Say, Doc Boko, dear.
Boko, Namusa Sobia,
Yamiadum, and see who you pa, and see who you. Okay. And if I have a free.
I'm going to be a question to the side, baby. And you know, I birth certificate in whatever in San there. I don't know why. Yama sad, complicated to us. So that because the constitution, they spell it out. So that's it. How you define Ghanaian. So that's it. And you know, by per constitution, it shouldn't be a problem for us. So that's it. But when we are talking about photo ID, it's different thing together. So that's it. Let's see photo ID.
Okay.
Photo ID is different thing together because birth certificate, you don't have photo on it. So birth certificate cannot be a photo ID.
Okay.
So that's it. Then the question is, how do you get a photo ID? Right? So you use your birth certificate to get a photo ID. If say Omaputu rules, right? Says if you want Ghana card, what are the requirements you need for Ghana card? You need birth certificate.
That's right.
Yes. So through your birth certificate, people say you're Ghanaian, you can get a Ghana card. Photo also. So that's it. And say you require photo ID. You don't use your birth certificate as a photo ID. You're going to use your Ghana card as a photo ID.
Doc, there is something there. I will also want to find out. Say, my name also what me the birth certificate. I Ghana card me boy.
Yes, because the birth certificate, is going to let you get photo ID.
Okay, which is the Ghana card.
Yes.
Okay, and so to me the birth certificate na Ghana card there. Ubet me the Ghana card na I voter ID na me boy.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because almost say to get a voter ID, you need what? Photo identification card. Yes, photo ID.
Okay.
Almost specify for photo ID. Almost can say you need a document. Yeah.
Into
photo ID.
Person your voter ID there. Any photo ID. Me
ID.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And almost say so we need photo ID maybe, and also we need passport. You can have somebody what? We're Ghanaian or photo ID maybe. Unfortunately. It's so simple.
Oh, okay.
So I say, say me need photo ID maybe. Now me need a passport. Say there, or kasa or say, but a Ghana card or baby, you want to go. I'm going to register here. I'm on phone is why Ghana need. Independent, so Nyamene, I'm going to batch man. And I answer,
Pepe, I know teaching.
Yeah, and to know what is when you're photo ID now. So I say, and so we so home, that's so need. Not on so a Ghana near or people back can on Friday. I could back chairman. So I say, simple. And that's means we don't even need birth certificate to do all these things.
Okay.
So I say, but a photo ID, a picking crime. We do on what they are told them. So I say, based on your photo ID, you are registered because Ghana card, say we are Ghanaian, and or passport also say we are Ghanaian. That's what I'm running. And to really do on my head, they usually the amount. So because birth certificate, it doesn't enter say because you see as a nipa right? Almost free. Different say almost nipa if South Africa, number one Ghana, no. Say Ghana ni pay our constitution. So they say. Because almost South Africa now about Ghana, so Ghana ni. Position, but they can get birth certificate. Say, Ghana. So they say, but getting birth certificate, and title.
Doctor, one important thing that I'm enjoying your conversation. What's South Africa home? Akwano, Oman Ghana birth certificate. Continue. What will also go on again? That's why the
no. Because they will go on again.
I'm enjoying your conversation. Do your trouble.
Okay, fine. Until they go on birth certificate, and Akwano, I want to know. The parents didn't be cause me boana. Nationality should be cause.
That is it. Yeah, that's the problem. Because the child parents' name will be there, and the nationality will be there.
Yeah, and Akwano ya want Ghana no parents from South Africa no because of their parents no more South Africans and onya Ghana ni pay our law, and then the birth certificate will prove that. So they say,
that is all.
Okay.
So be careful. You ask the culture say birth certificate cannot prove who you are. The court is just deceiving the whole nation. Well, definition is your man because the birth certificate because of your parents' name we'll be able to know whether you are Ghanaian or you are not Ghanaian. Is it
fire? What I try to answer because one other thing that we will also have to establish: how would we know that you, the person holding the birth certificate, you are truly the person holding, or you are the owner of that birth certificate?
That is another thing. That's why I keep saying, the conscience, is only.
What about the passport?
Passport, birth certificate, properly to get the passport, and if the premises on the birth certificate, is false, that means that you get the passport also through a false premises. So they say, to the American say, any panel. almost institutions now organ. Yeah, and be a humble. So that's what I'm saying. Say the conscience is only good when the true light of God is shining on it. Personally, say me age more better than death, right? Not say me go hospital. Now me my baba will me back. Not say me for South Africa, my baba will me back. Why? What record at the end? So what I say. Name information, but they must say South Africa, you know. What I say, you have to put it on there. So what I say, to prove say some information that made them know, right information. So that's it. Name mum say who the officer mami nyan bia. And I say, memfa kwami so nya dey enyi sika. Say akula ikwa na ya wono no. The parents kwa na o me Ghana for a. So that's it. Why na o create problem no hide? Am our country no. Because of what? Your shared conscience. So how do I say? Because a Germany had the amount of 80 mile papa, the policy and procedure, I can't know how you go, you go according to the policy and procedure. But remember, say, every system, any pan pretty. So
that's right.
So if you have the fourth person, and also if you have wicked person operating a system now, obey no wrongly. That is why you need checks. So they say you need checks. If you sure say I didn't show Musano where they check it periodically and now say every month or every year to make sure say Bibia will be a Bian where no council. Maybe any right no way they what country no. So they say because birth certificate, to kind of we know say we can get birth certificate easily. So that's it. Me first passport ko manko baby I know say me din emma nipa ko no kokọ passport no ya kan passport no uru di manual eno o ba me din no papa din no why dey ono kokọ birth certificate no kokọ passport no the passport no ba now birth certificate dey e kan so they say yes that is how we do it. You know so let's say you refuse obit makwe another passport. Yes, I had with different name called together, or whatever it is. Yes, I had I pay for first time I be. So what I say with another birth certificate. So now how I say I'm see your home.
That's right.
It's yeah, in the panel, men make up. That's why I keep saying that's our nature. So what I say, it's until say, the best sound. What I say, you will keep doing this until now. Cause in fact, let me tell everyone na me sorry. So they say because the cause so that's our nature. And effects and then your man ahead a produce na you. So they say that's the fruit So they say the cause is the seed now we have So they say the fruits and a produce and the effects So they say and say who birth and death. That's it. Obi war. So they say what the government has done. Let me say and brain so what they have to do is say and old register no one saw fair people so verify that's it. And I say amnesty. Hey, from now on what I say obia also you're gonna need constitution instrument you're gonna need the register going now birth and death one already mama obia much show so they say 2021 1st January I could be able to promote and was so ready or identification number. Identification number no. A bit in the birth certificate. The parents never did be near us. We say moving forward 18 years. Some problems you know I saw very. So but they are not doing that because of what? Their shared conscience.
Okay.
So they say and to any panel more please say okay birth certificate or you money pa obi pa o man 50 Ghana 100 Ghana enti obey the end of the day or kufia why be 10 okuta say 1,000 Ghana so that say it's more than his pay enti the adwuma na man say onyo but the fruit the weed no head I don't know where they odidi ho so that say enti okokotra ho no ma let's say the Bible is what you are no oje so that say kalabuli na say what you are no oje no way the only on pound so no way they also you're gonna near budget. But when you say a bit more go around about what say, or my me and I saw a obiako boni too. The black of him, the Pacono, I man so I Ghana, you know, on either. I could both send it for too. So I say, all of them go to say, as I do crown, I call him so Ghana, and when you're going to so we come money. So what I say, hey, you know, yeah, and they had a critical problem, no my own, and I had a compound and a cost because any man, of course, we one more council now, didn't want me say, it's so simple to solve.
I see.
So I say, it's so simple. Yeah.
You.
I know they hear you.
Young Queen, at what point would you stand for something other than your own?
Until I make us a contest. So I say, you're talking about something. You want to find something, you know. So I say, at what point? Something. What something are you talking about? So I say, see, I say, we're human. Oh, I say, that's it. Obi bibi na say nya. What is it? And it's not based on saying pano or ye Muslim and I say or ye Christian and I say or Hindus, but according to the procedure, I know I do argument. What I say, then you can stand against it. So what I say. I said
stand. I didn't say against. I'm talking about standing for, not against. Okay, so what they are against we are talking for something for
opposite. Stand for. Okay. So you stand for something. And to when the thing now you have to stand for is against what you believe are.
They say what you
can't stand for it.
Against yes sir.
No, that you. How do you stand for? How do you stand up for something? Because you are against something. That's why you are standing for something.
All right.
That's how it is. Because you can't stand for something without against something.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because why do you stand for say NDC Mapawa? Because you are against MPP. So because of what they are doing, and
okay.
Because you can't stand for MPP and stand for NDC, and both of them can come. Both of them also cannot come to the power. So they say for president, it's either MPP or NDC. So they say,
Mami Musa, right? So what support why? Man United, me boy.
Yeah.
So you stand for Man United, me boy. Does it mean you stand against Liverpool?
I stand against Liverpool when they are playing for what? Playing against Man United.
You stand.
I don't want my team. Yeah.
You don't want them to. You don't want them to win.
I don't want to beat me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. The contest, we're gonna determine, right? Say, okay. So my Liverpool and Man City, right? I don't have any choice. And me and them people are me.
Okay.
So that's it. Because they are not playing against me.
All right. I see.
So,
they say no.
I can support Liverpool based on their position against us on the league table.
Okay.
I can support Man City based on their position against us on the league table.
Okay. All right. Now, so they say, Christian, now you're Christian.
Yes, I'm a Christian. I'm ambassador for Christ.
Okay. All right. Now, at what point, Anna, you would stand for something other than you being a Christian? At what point would you do that?
Okay, so what point are you talking about? Okay, say for Christianity, right?
At what point would you stand for something other than it being a Christian, other than you being a Christian? And maybe at what point would you see something good in any other religion apart from you being a Christian?
Yes.
Apart from being Christian.
So we are comparing other religion, right? With Christianity. So that's it.
Yeah.
And I have open mind. So that's it. Open mind. Okay, fine. But open mindedness like open mouth. So that's it. Who open mouth and maybe behind the comb. So that's it. And open mind. Okay, what is Buddhism? What are they saying? What is Judaism? What are they saying? What is Muslim or Islam? What are they saying? So that's it. Then I compare to my Christianity. So what are they saying? So that's it. if there's a difference, Papa Timaya say, the difference, we say the difference don't make the difference. So just the difference make the difference, and then things that are different are not the same. So just in Christianity, my foundation is Jesus Christ. He came to die for my sins, right? He was buried, rose again on the third day for my justification. That's it. That's our foundation. That's the gospel of salvation. Until now, say a Muslim, Ekachem said, no, they are not believe in Allah. They don't regard Jesus Christ as God. Fine. That is what he believes, but it goes against mine. This one, so I'm not going to stand for them. Say what they believe, and also I'm going to cave in and believe that. No. So what I say, but it doesn't mean say he's my enemy. No. Right? So what he is saying, say Jesus Christ, is not God, is against what? My Christianity, the faith in Christianity, and I won't stand for him.
Okay.
Buddha.
All right.
Yeah.
You see,
Buddha.
we
Buddha. Last week.
The question was, at what point would you stand on say me the bar? That's why I say. Maybe 1 second.
The contest
I brought you into the realm of your belief. Okay, Christianity against in comparison with other sects, right? At what point would you stand for anything other than what Christianity believes in? What I'm trying to say, but you are just citing an example, right? Have there ever been? One second. Has there ever been a moment you've actually stood for something other than something related to Christianity, Anna?
Oh, like we go to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because any Christians, so that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I have Buddhist friend India for Vietnam.
I don't seem to get it.
Because you have to bring the context in there. That's it. Because if you don't bring the context now, I have to bring you a context for you to understand it. Because at one point.
Okay. All right.
Okay. When you give a year vague statement, what I say, you will get vague answer.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring it to the simplest form for you to understand it. Say, a seminar, it has to have a context. So what I say, for Nipano to explain it, I'm kind of say, I can say, Obi Edin Komo, no Obube. So what I say, Ebeno Obuno is not in a vacuum. Obube because of Nkoma Odi. So what I say, the common Odi and a day a beba. So what I say, Obi Eka Kasakwa and Komona Odi and a day Kasakwaba. So, and when you say something now, then you have to bring in the context now.
All right then, Doc.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. What's it? Not take your own.
We can be said page in there.
And trans, maybe I will do near.
Okay.
And we'll come back to you. Why? And we'll definitely come back to you. So we'll feel your person, let our my name fire quite or pray no hundred. Your man acquire crowds, no casacasa room. And the fire.
On the papa, I remember. Because like I said, I was enjoying Doctor because he answered all the things that is missing in our country. And the Supreme Court are just useless like Parliament, what I say, because there's something that called confusion. So they're coming out with interpretation to give us future solution. No other government or other individual will go to the court again, waste the nation time, and so on. But me, why a special initiative? Look at Kufuor, our president. Of all the ministries, he was creating something that should not exist. These are for special initiative. He have initiated something, and this needs to be implemented by parliamentarians. Will be our the constituency now after AK-47. If you get there and there's a bit of mob he started shooting. That's initiative. That is what the man who brings in the rule of law can do for you. The council of me are useless. I never go. This woman is a woman that should bring ideas. You, the position, is a woman that should bring ideas, innovation, development, progress. How the Ghanaian can be made to tie his own nation, that his nation is heaven. So within the 4 years, the only thing that I outstanding now, what the Ghana for say, when you are in power or you are in a position of high authority, wherever you are going, you have to use the gun. That is a Kufuor for you. And it's just sitting down, keeping quiet, running away to Mali. Went to one last week. Was it virtual first cabinet meeting in the world? Why is he not doing the same thing? What is he hiding from Ghanaians that is running away? Tell me, the 54, 53 African nations, which of our leaders is traveling at this point in time? Who can know where confirm the big by many? So we don't have any wise people around him that can tell him that sit down. The state is spending so much on one individual. Is our presence in dealing with cocaine or what?
Is it?
Yeah, dear, if you are passing,
speculation now? You must see young.
Oh, question. Oh, is it dealing? Because it doesn't make sense that at this point in time, maybe for Kwan, maybe you can ban at a nose, what do you want for a dingo asama or chola tacom was say, hey, who are also uncle? Okay. It is sometimes some people, not only when they come into power, when they are a kind, and I agree with him, Angelo, some people have weak mind. Okay, go for the more kind of for what I must say, what are you doing about the crisis in Cote d'Ivoire? Do for yourself.
Oh, fire. Is it fire? Then I there way. I tough form. Bye.
I go for. Very not for.
Okay, all right then.
I go for. If okay, also I'm a man of trend. Abakwasem, any the query. Okay, I can say, want to Ghana play Uncle Cote d'Ivoire. I said, on Betia, Albabu Mo, that I didn't go to, was it? Oh, I got Microphone, or I didn't go no. Only as a Christopher, only a Christopher. Mamma Quina, we go to for dead guy. I am all. On Becca, on Betty, Albabu. Was it that? Diplomats know how I can on Betty. You yourself. At this point in time, yeah, Makato said, honesty, and I said, Japan, and I say, I'm not negative. What day? Check when he was 60 years. He went to his studio, look at the celebration. Then he went to the constituency. All these guys, I'm going to catch her and say, those who have tested positive, they were 34 at the time. Only 3 were absent. Man, let's publish it so they don't go to same somebody say yes, at the Assembly Parliament. And they allow these MPs to go to their constituency. They can't wickedness. No. Japan, say. He spread the thing in his own constituency, including ministers. When Kedi, Abanti and Papa, Oya, Papa, a crime beer, say, na to be sustained. Na or the news no abaka sort a bigger studio and on my news no many how or the amane bono e buy ndi atiefo any aboafo a moment so sa branch we na on my live report funny how kind no audio no na I na mentini but I hope that you and the technical crew there special for or most engineers class come be after to year come yeah enjoy any report aba. Now, me junior may be one, men chassis. Wait, home. Almost like Christian Council. You don't have anything like Christian Council. while they have been sleeping and people have been bashing them, you want to use this one as a statement. Keep quiet. Whoever you call yourself as something, keep quiet. Wait, and your parliament has said, I say, police watching on. Where is the police? These are the things that some of us are saying today. We don't need bridge, we don't need road, rain falls. What's the form of Kumha? Go for more poverty. As celebrities still here. So we are sitting there. Then the English player. Oh yeah, top English player. Also. You're talking. So oh yeah, number 9. Now cover speed. Bros 41. Over choose this year. What's the name? Why are they? Maybe cover the 12 female because for the 7 year pay. I opposite. Parliament. Oh yeah, MP. Who could speed over choose this year? They deal with those who have power in society. Yes, when our police have been able to deal with the vulnerable who have nothing. This needs to change. How do we change it? By making them separate from government. Marketer, Birmingham City, police commissioner, I'm not trying to swap back. Birmingham for the next 4 years. It won't mean new question. And now you're MP or won't you go do what? Oh, indeed, why if I've been hearing people say that the president, when your president has said, well, this for Kromobia Kutu, and a premeditation where a big crime. Almost friend say there is problem in the constituency, police station hall. I don't know do need you. I don't call it. I have seen this before. Oh, Papa Smiley, dear, you're thinking, boom. Papa, no, not a lieutenant colonel. I come back, dear fellow. What's that? You shall know a major. May I take it to a bar near the edge, major, or Cosraco, a lieutenant colonel. One no contest who do ya, says here, honors why who are not one. You will have your wooka. You debate she. Then I can find one kind, but then a year. Bye. Now, Papa, you soldier need that into a way true. Into Billy, there's a you was all by yes, sir. Or see a provoking or treat you. A pull your oh, far now, down, far now. A positive. Oh, my mother said, I tell you. Blake, try a lawyer or call a reporter or much blade to I will see him. But I catch up. Ghana. Because name this in the world. This is the bullshit that some of us have been talking about. What's the trend? What's the number? I'll be in that. What's my mount? Constituency. Oh, perfect. Come on, blade. On your way. What's on your call? No, for Mensa, or no, a man of history. Here, what a certain kind of Kukosa. He also became one when he abandoned. And this is one of the articles, which lawyer. One when he abandoned, and I ran some man, mayor. I was a Kadita Crowley. You check a record of who said he became a mayor. Lieutenant Colonel, a very nice, handsome, beautiful man. But the same Moses. But no, in features, Lieutenant Colonel Cosa. Well, yeah, Abano, because yeah, you know at that time, you say, of course, you know, or you just spending. You tell you the border. One for be got. Soldier, oh, Sanya de Win. And I talk a Cromano or Manisuna, a bleak, only. And see, okay, I'm an open Islamic, every in Semiano say, Blake, we knew he was an MPP because no papa, a lawyer, your friend of lawyer Blake. He did based in Takrady, one of the best lawyers in Western region. Oh, Papa, you penny. What I say? But at that time, we want somebody that can match. Kosa. There was a teacher in Crawford Secondary School yesterday. Example of this one. Or a bit a coffee by. So we at the grassroots, you know, we knew his position as an MPT man. Oh, make me up. My car we had that. Make me up for go for more and this now the year. They look at the constituency now, no more here constituency, no language, no more Christian. Oh, maybe Bruno. Papa, why do you burden the president with such case? What is the essence of the police force? What is the essence of the police force? How many years? Police force, because or a major donator near it. Case of mine, we don't need this. A nation cannot develop when there is injustice. My main answer or second question say at one point in time, will I stand for something? Be a Christian. Say Christian be yard. Now it doesn't make sense. I'll stand against it. My own say Osofo Abocrest, your friend Obinim, Oba Enyem. No, it doesn't make sense to me. Even when he's using the Bible to do that, I'll speak against that. Because I did Semrano, I say lighter and the spirit. First, you don't need to be an engineer. From the about fee, or two ideas. Once that there's no two fears here. When you're plumbo, no two fish, you have to question him. Because what he's doing doesn't make sense. At that point in time, even though you are not technical man, Dr. Jingo, or the Nodi Agropa. Now, Mr. Dr. Jingo, Yamu, no say no code, ready, Adi, Yanam code, me Yamu area. I said, me de common sense, any kind, and son anything. That time, into Makacho Bruni, one call school that, or call hospital. Dr. Ba. Doctor MT, what the other man call it one, what kind of medicine is this? What an actually know? What is the reaction? He's using the first thing against the doctor to stand for his right, even though he's not a medical practitioner. And that is called common sense, good judgment. You see, the Camonis we are there. Be a Christian. I'm here. I dare come with you. Papa. You can adapt it because you know, say, hey, Papa, infantuni. Say, Dr. I didn't go call a human. What the Adriana calls and a year, I didn't go get it. So I didn't go find out to say, I don't need any professor to tell me. You did your bar, make that again. I didn't go Christian or call no character with Nebian. Come when you're Nebian, but anywhere, or your lecturer, or your professor, or your gardener, you drew a pet. My brother, come, let's eat. I had a pathway, machine I think before. So once a big book of or Cremoni store, a cow 50p, personally, they be out there. Obacasa call. This only British, British, but a coin and penny now. Obama had not for, go and bend it. Cremoni or the better, a good thing. Even though I'm not a Christian, I'm of that. So this is one of the points that I'll either stand against something or for. When the thing does not make sense or it makes sense. Maybe number one. Number two, injustice. Many British in the British judiciary, when we pass a judgment, then we say we're injustice. I'll stand against it. So demonstration power will join because I'm an authoritarian and I hate injustice.
Yo, say fire. I feel it.
Baba.
Okay. What about? To us, why?
Injustice, no. Inti, Otaha. I had judiciary, a Supreme Court. Omubu Assembly Group, Prime Minister, so sort in the voice. What to West Abishuma and the family. Me a Prime Minister. Me a conservative me. I'm not. Some are authoritarian. I'm support anything that is social. But no. I sit on the bread. Me buy and I'm supporting. Me what? Or call war, Mr. They go out and some be a first point. It doesn't make sense to go and destroy that nation. It's a bit here. Number three, when something is going wrong, now also, I'm again. Oh, not me enjoy the Tajingo explanation because something is going wrong in the country. Who is the Ghana? who is the premier? Uche Kumsin, special initiative, Kufado Daroma. Was say, and this for the aliens. Papa, when was the last time who aliens will be asked?
Say alien or did you know say will be a home free Ghana and the alien.
There be. I announce to say, go what is in peace out. Either you want to speak for her or you tell me peace out. Have you ever seen an alien? Who was a quarter and not charge you? There's a child called perjury. Because me say, have you ever seen an alien before?
I say a contest to they said Dr. Jingo kind.
What was that? And Dr. Jingo the second. There's nothing like contest.
Say,
me say, have you ever seen an alien? You haven't answered it. Into what deviate?
They say
what deviate?
Or question.
Tell me, I have seen it. I have not seen it. Then you go ahead.
Or question. I
have not seen it. Then I have right to allow you to flow.
In relation to Asama Waka, what I say. So that creates a contest. So why you run away from it? Or the question
an alien.
If I wouldn't answer the way you want it, and I would answer the way I want it, and you don't want it, I then carry on with your submission. That's all.
All right, I respect that. But let's go. But I do go say, oh, there. I don't know what you do. Me did you know any ya?
I don't know ya. What do I say?
Okay, yeah.
Because what can I say? Anna, busam alien. I said Asama busam is in relation to Asama what can. You know, if I'm answering it not the way you want it.
But I too very much. Nanado says if we merely back, the new appointment. Too very much. Now, Papa Smiley. Too very much. Na Obama be said as someone. No, just someone nam say, oh, so I took me before, no, there's always diplomatic. We both the business said. First of all, you have to affirm before. You do quarter, don't say the year. Only a talk fire chief was say, I said, my that we did be ma and I would before. What this is simple to know. We did be ma and I before. What's the mirror? What's your bedroom?
I was a court. I had your court. Call him the Kamasam.
Asam no. Me differ. Because so differ. A moment of so differ because now what was so. What we. Inti I say on say fast. Me differ na want to them. I say okay. Only you say oh aha. That answer question. You affirm it, then you bring explanation. That's
it. To ask na Kamasam. Why?
So inti papa Bakuni, any something going astray, and going wrong. Irrespective of who you are, because also yamo are doing to be a coso a human ufi o community ya. Nanya, what do you say here? Over to me, Mr. When you tankers, me tankers, me nam. Na me nso obi tepe ewura bi agu ba bi a ayese do go masa what are you doing abafo ta ye pa ye mfa na adwuma but odisa ade o ye no against the community something is going wrong maka awa fidie so na me banana o ma me 3D for etika mu e konfie me nse no carry a code aba o papa bi akeme na me yi code ahoro ato I can say don't do that again. Next time you do that, I'll report you. One said, oh, you shoot, what I'm doing is wrong. So he's standing against it, even though it's a child. You see, Sana, at the end of the year, these are the instances that may be a best sorry here and best for Bibisho. When first it doesn't make sense, at home. Amount of I didn't know why it doesn't make sense. Say in the midst of COVID, you want to go and register people. I will speak against it. Because we who the essence of the election as against life. So I will speak against it. Say I could actually omami fee. Now ordinary school. Say omama enko, but teacher there, you need baby or after school. Over to me about it doesn't make sense. I'll speak against it. So, what you obi Uganda, where we are banking, but tobacco, for the 34 years. Obi we are 51 million. Obi the 100 and something million. Now, when I'm calling, it's injustice. We have to speak against that. It doesn't matter whether you're NDC or MPP. Anyway, I will expect, say, Anka MPP full moon, and Anka say, Omakash, go and report yourself. Go. Don't wait for the president. Anka MPP full. Because I dare why, you know, say, Obisu react here. What will happen? We have seen the report of Emil Short. President, we're sweeping under the carpet. Let's for both. Sweep under the carpet. Well, what you say carpet now, say, every year. Kaba mponiu. Kaba. Oh, you infantini, infantifobe, Obetia say. Or say Kaba mponiu, no one. This is just common registration, and you treat people. The point and I want to establish here on this alien thing is this. Mr. The idea, as I see, is which part of our country? Is that a border town? Personally, me tell input. Don't mean mommy input that. Mommy, Dr. Jingo, and mommy.
Maybe it will not do. I say what
the border town.
There, a foot to the say how they near border town.
I rest my case.
Okay, all right then. If you rest your case, that's fine. Then you call Bombardier and so way. Say Bombardier team in car. Yamana Kwaba, no, so and there one cabby. Bombardier. Bombardier. Oh, ha. Bombardier and Tianka. You.
Bombardier and Tionka, and yet, my men can't say that you go can't hear me.
Okay.
That you go and no bonkomo. It's the everyone pronounce Dr. Pana, as I say about Pamper Superman, and I appreciate the way all the soup. I bear my pa. About any need. Obi say, fire, damn see you say, Papa, who play the part. You see, or cast them now on Tiasia, it didn't way out. Now, so didn't way out. Me and didn't way out. Because there's no other guys who have the news or who have created the news there to defend themselves. If you want to play that role, and I perfectly understand. Even though most of the time, about 80%, I do not agree with my personality. And now people say, fire, or say, fire, and also when you're against fire. Yeah, and only just a joke. Papa, now, who person who put you now all together, now 20, at year 4, and I'm fire at TSSA. Birth certificate, you know, will be a community. Majitum, Abby, if you're gonna buy or no, but home commercial, Abby said there's a need for a change. We don't even need personality. We don't even need we don't need even a Supreme Court to tell us that there's a problem at all. Abiko Ghana, physical. Me who say no, a person for Okoji or no one the best certificate. Now, what to Memphis? Because we are here, Nimiana. It's your country, or Bosakma. Zibiana, a person of your position, Kakao Ghana. Okay, no 34 years. Meaning, Baby Bay no Katem say it is a mess, and or no more tree so papa. It's no new thing to us. It's me who a Juma Supreme Court. But point the people are now trying to make it say it is only by the interpretation. It is only the birth certificate that is the problem in Ghana. But personally, me never find out the face to buy ability. But I did go new BO team now. We are student, Professor Ba ability. Bank statement. Fine and a bank statement. What do you call to British Embassy or US Embassy, whatever the commission. Genuine. As we're speaking now, I can ask someone in Ghana to get a bank statement. A bank, and here a birth and death registry, bank, backlist. As we're speaking now, my bank has first. I don't want to mention name. There's a guy who said that 2000. The amount wow passport no the indefinite basis amount what bet me I adwuma ko ba bia ba won't me free to wow picture because if I reading in here you have gone reading and if there's a need of anybody who want to do job I can give you the number oh wow passport oh I'm a minimum via or in any thing or the indefinitely call France or didn't France about France and their fat and on the call Ghana or but not say strictly would do Ghana report a missing passport over for the copy so I report police farm or the aircon or my mouth we indefinitely know consular or Ghana British consular on the mouth now they are back then you have from maybe and there's no lot of people who today even are necessary and even though we see it I will come back bank statement if you doubt me the come to make bank statement you are more 7 months when you owe 1 month we come out to see this what are you talking about a crow oh ain't me who anything a crow na me come US there are some guys that can give you the US card in the Ghana bank statement obia osmeboa obegina ha mom this year besu bank statement from Barclays the British banks omutwa students who have been traveling how now who want me to coffee who do you coffee how will you have that amount oh papa or the same papa oye cocoa and oye kubi will you get that amount in it no you pay them they give you the bank statement in the Supreme Court you have been useful to us to address go to the root of the problem to address it yes sir they have now compounded it but who say they hear photo ID nobody is telling you that birth certificate is a photo ID or they're not a photo but say no I'm a say Dr. Jimbo says your giant human about Britain of a pharmacy job on find a primary school certificate in Kano yes as employee but when the doubt when the doubt is qualification that is where they will be tracing down to the bottom yes the certificate is that bad it is you that you go based when we have a problem like this and we are starting again then we have to go to the fundamental of the basic. So the Supreme Court fail. And I don't know why any Ghanaian want to accept their ruling. It fail. And it's not only they have failed us, but I'll quote North's law, willfully causing financial loss to the state. Willfully, because another time, this thing will come up again.
Now, Fire, me forward the article with my walking kind kakra.
Papa, it's not about the article. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the bottom. It's not about the article. Mm-hmm. And don't go. And they say, you're confused. One more lawyer. Supreme Court have interpreted the thing. Who is a lawyer again? Whatever is going to say is opinion, like myself. Because lawyer or can or the court no really. But the thing is that we are saying that what the court has said doesn't make sense. It's going to compound our problem and the problem of who is a Ghanaian. Look, this woman is in the central part of our country and is calling for aliens. Where are they coming from? Have you seen alien before? Only for that town, but say Obi owns or Omar Islam be an alien. Is that what we want to bring into the country? Boom. Who knew about me according to 2-point-something billion Ghana cedis? So what they are digitizing the country. A country that have been digitized, why should they mop to a location to go and register? Mr. Papa Smiley, I need your counsel. Mobi Ante, so you have matched to a center to go and register before. Our nation have been digitized by 2-point-something billion Ghanaian cedis. Why should the people, even in the face of COVID, go to a center and register? All right. And that is why today I have really enjoyed Amen for you.
First na
yes a court no e ka kire yisi say book no da ho dada. Work on it. And we will not be seeing some of these things. Because it's also easy to have passport in Tulu. Passport. Open now, Benya. Or boom, and a chawado. Yeah, then I will Ghana open Sionia. And the better than Nanado.
You, and Yama Bombardier, Emre, we are. Doc, my boss, difference between faith and superstition. Measure here also. What it? Bombardier, informed to say. Yamiadum. Yay, we dear, Mesrewa, Minimisa, oh dear, over boy and como. But my man and Nessica, Emremu quickly. Oh, yeah, no, my boss. Why? Now, what born to an come at the Amaya. Nanasica, Bamaso.
Papa, I want to say.
Yamiadum Boko, pa. Yo, say bibia da nekwam.
Papa bibia boko.
Okay, all right then. Any boy enkomo ene nsimfo agu ho no, so opese oyi bia no, say wan so what question na dia ba. Why?
Yo, Papa, my name is more than Papa Luoka bibia. Papa, also as in the my doctor, also at what point will you do what?
At what point would you stand for something other than your own? Intino, you find say, who say no, oh yeah, obia you stand for nananum, right? You may see something that a Christian or the Christendom may be doing, but you stand for that. What did John say? That is what I'm asking. Say, at what point would you stand for something other than your own?
Oh, okay.
But you still say, oh yeah, you'll be able to boldly say yes, City 4 or my idea. In fact, almost strike and or idea power. That is what the question means. Yeah.
Papa, even though all the missing out of Canada, Japan. But recently, when I started in human Ghana, many people.
Okay.
I started this software study or more far or take one for example for the link of physical charity for Zibi. And my sister was donated to the platform Ghana for my expanded over Libya.
Yeah.
Libya,
that's right.
And all I don't fan back. They appreciate your oil.
Good.
So it's a step in the right direction. Now, Papa, now Ubisa doctor so and not doctor and answer the mouth. Papa, may you know. Also, you're open-minded.
Oh, dear, count there, Jadota there. What? Jadota there. Count there.
And after the fact is being Christian, after the fact said, from an animal, I didn't cost to that. I didn't yet walk in an animal side. I have to speak against it because also a culture man or some parties together. You are never going to your culture anymore. It's not good. Suddenly, the makers, yeah, and Yanni Papa. It's the fact that they belong to an animal that is the person belongs to it. I have to support it. No, I have to use my brain. I need to use my common sense first. To say the number of I have to use the common sense to come first. I didn't really encourage it. So, you go to them, I won't support it. What I say?
Okay.
The fact that we are Christian. That's a Muslim. When you miss Muslim, you never go one on one yard. But Muslim, Islam, or no one you can learn from them. Or say, Basse or Adoya, he is very good. Because I can't remember Islam. The DNA too gentle. It's due almost Salane or Muramadana. We come up, Nyan continue to train. Oh, why would you that with you? Oh, it's a good part. It's only a Muslim. But they are for my Methodist one another. Nay, I didn't know yet. If you do Christmas and you yes, you are journey and you shall have home. It's a good thing. The fact to be a Muslim now, one and any kind of way, I did not say, what I know. No. You name said, Mahama, if you not. Mahama, when you ask me, and Mahama, I be president of Ghana. And your Mama Mahama will see schools or body hospital or construction roads. Just stepping in the right direction. Mahama, where you the good father, the young Catholic, my back, actually. The fact that Mahama is actually in the good father of the Lord is at the camp. Not a step will be a partner will take for so many years. What happened to school? What do you move that home? What's about my need? That's a good father, so fun and son, Kata Mahama project now. I can't do it more. On find a son can because of Mahama the shot into on find a son cannot also follow this ideology. All one Kata no, you are evil.
I didn't know on Finance Anka saying on Finance Anka, and I say BB, and not on to me Finance Anka.
At the contrary, that's that's why you Mamma I say. So, to us, what I mean, I'm at the end of the day, because Mahama is shot. Then, for you can say, Ghana Fusika. The cancer Mahama at the Ghana of Bustia or Boya, a Ghana June of the police adversary or the Bay project. That is Legon Hospital. There are so many hospitals that you can run, ambulance, cars that can run. There's a project that the Mahama shot at all year. I can run. What they could find the process. What's not process? Because for a better position of found to be elected is going to see now how because you can't see Mahama bottom, the Ghana Fusika, and Mahama is at then we end the Mahama, the Kwama at the end of the day, project is good for the first one. It serves the interest of organic Ghanaians. Another one. Nigeria, a Papa, Minister of Health, also Papa Jena Humi. We are COVID-19, we are doing in hospital for that. Papa. And not you say, or say, Papa, you might have to move down or you become free thinkers. Free thinkers. You need to support you can learn. Even our enemies, we have to learn from our enemies. We have to copy good things from our enemies. It's not every day that we have to criticize every day. Maybe I said it that not yet. I know maybe in the God said in fear. The other side. In fact, I think it's the mind.
All right then. Nanesika. Yep, bedo ase. Ati, bedo ase pa. Na ma me share here also. Possibly. What is the difference between faith? What is the difference between faith and superstition?
Papa, faith is such a faith here. Faith is something that I didn't mean here, but you believe. What you say? I didn't mean, but you believe. Thank God for that in Jesus Christ, the worthy and you win, but you give it faith. And Jesus Christ is God. You win by the give. Jesus Christ turn water into wine. You win by the give. Now, superstition, when it comes to superstition, I did there, like Africans, where you're young command, you be a very much young command. You be a oh, you have your part, Oka and down. You did say that you're superstition. You didn't William Hope, you did say that you're oh, open to this president. You say, this just be or the bishop. Bobo, master, keep copy panel, and then I will want to pull him. It's superstition.
Na, sir, and also, who and so Mujidiana.
say hey okuta na say dia ya man register study study no is the proof that okuta no no give you study the okuta no and ma my information what ya into the study ko group wo ma digital say study the group information but it's position ya dia nyema wa this one and they create a public company WhatsApp and command debate with India WhatsApp and could be and because the whole attack superstition
okay all right then Anasika yeah bedo ase ate thank you very much now fire now obeso busa na Anasika bibia na fire
oh David let me say catch the doctor say also do for her me can say catch the doctor say o ma sha o
okay so wo hwe intino nim dia ko nyina Anasika ye bedo ase why ye bedo ase pa ene yema Bombardier ento na asem so Bombardier yenko ati afi una udie ni etie why
mechamo
yaji uso ati yaji uso
modi bibie
bibi ada ne kwem why bibi ada ne kwem
okay modi bibie ye jwane die akwasa hwedie no mutra bibi ahwedie utna wi ahwedie na eda nye den so nye de lametie papa
kozo
se lady aja juman dos ntu ye ya ha ne ye ha ye ko fanti die ye kila pimpini sunsu die
that's right
na me dise sisia no me dem pipe nyina ma West Ham nse omo ye adwuma no so mo nyansa akaka na muro poyi omutimi nko top one bi anyanda mo sanu fata ntino ye bompa West Ham nse soka ye fe bibi bugi omusense bugi side as bugi side your teams go kwa na ja team ye bit match and the name mo so team kese ni mu a otimi twa mo papa nti sanity akwasa kotokono na cornerstone so mu a obehye mo ana bujando obehye mo nenzo kotoko bi on share house obehye house saa so na house so no to the bia na Olympics team nya mo no twa mo nti team bia ososo den ya wonya team bi zo awusa no wosunu mu wotwa ne sɛ de wonya na kwada bi wotwa no saa na West Ham fo akoye mu ta ne man yufo ba na emoden nti omo nkoso a enche ye de ya league ne wie ye bebo Chelsea na omotuma fotopa ye third position no ye bebo am sɛ de ye ma Arsenal no ba Arsenal de sla no the 9th since kwa kwada 10th Papa, you are
not standing for Man United. You are not standing for Man United.
So no, you are standing for one working. Now we baby. Me, I don't stand against none. What I said, you no what standing for no working. Why? Hey, Bombardier corner concept. So or June said you are kind of Uncle Yaman. What I say, but you are standing for someone too. Maybe what?
Papa, enya no kana. Papa, sisi ndiye. Mr. Dr. Jingo kwa betia sisi na mse Ghana sisi mse Ghana kwa na ka yihia etu no mo mse unza America sa na shasi ya na obi wotu obi ni tu no obu ekunu obo one shot no obi ko sa na America for derby. Kwa se wodi uwa dignity say wotu fie na obi begla be room and out you no be a fire shot na bullet and so I recall akobo bibi na bebo no okun in America for nipa 328 million no okromo no eto okromo no double eto na number 700 million obi if be utu and is we ba no ye concert ha unzu do dia na what the other deterrent and who shoot to the na just in the Ghana no said the can registration na daroma Jemensa and Supreme Court ni ye ntino this no eto na toa na ye dey ye to na papa ze makase abato ekotu nyina enye se bia ye kosisa de papa bia aye kwese de ai de se women tin sankwas na wo ho na se ukofa na da sankwas asa behim ese nkofo mienu ye obi ameka ho ye nya hu say tewie bi aba entafo na say me bi me ne me Joyce yawo atapeni ni atakakra ye hu tewia enti no ede bia no saa tewie no say de ya kakra no say de ya oni ho a penny wo ho penny zu ni say oni ho a kakra na wo ho ensa na ahofo no zu ka say so mesa chamadwen awo bia ka ho na omotima pem na ma penny ni kakra nyina no abolo we enti na ona wonta no odenti amu tewia eni etode bi kwa onia ba hanoma wotewia no kwachi de na nzuzo de okechi samzuzo abola we free 1992 nkofo entafo minia ni hu ma ndc ni pipi enti naja we ba kokra ni so ko opposition 30 years kwa no beba because ye no no mom to abaro mo nya madwen se o message madwen saa so no mo ya madwen se o message madwen ewo medicity monti sama kase after 2020 election dey so because of the Ghana no ho kire no na abawenya eno no me dey enya dey meka ho asem bi because papa senka 1992 ena kamaware ena me ne me yiri ko hanimu ena nkanyame ya dum na me eja ofa mia ma insui eta no ena otimi nyinsa ewo ya papa na ka papa samre 1992 me yiri wo 93 kra na akwa no wodi mfian so ka wodi be 27 years me boy
pepe
27 years o ye be makra na at least bia na ya kwaje list na ye beto brazier ne tomani pants ne na ba ku kwa dem hu kwa de cement nyina be nti awofo no bia
asemo
kwa sababu dozu ye rade awofo no ozitu Besi papa ku ye dem rawo cement ba ku be 50 awari ba ku o ba ku ba awari da o be si da amobi aba isaka ya warentem ya madi ya wanju asese de o meto yin begati ni Maserati dira me dem se ka me pe manko ano me pe manko be mo be fra me be mo be from no me de so nyam de me se ka me dem pe manko ma na de ade be vie
yo
baba na iti so se sa eti se Ghana no o ti de si wo yiho kaswa one of the registration center the new lady terminator maybe sawa company on the minister for special initiative no no big grab business na your minister bi so or special initiative I say you can ya monti obi ka say in the hurry no ubusan say he's in the hurry for what and not tell mu 110 fire one shot every 90 crowd 110 on the street on the chassis and so now the big keka ho kama ni nya bo keka ho omu nyina ja pitia enti yen fire se dem nyame se ye won kofo ministers bebe ye twa mo ka ye nya mpaso bi en from so na no kwanto big special initiatives na won kai say kofo time from 2003 to 2007 na ye minister for trade and industry and what presidential special initiative me boa nenye alenche martin
pepe
ezo onhwe banche en rade nyame ni nyina ye ene sakonya de yi minister for tourism and beautification of the capital city Jacob Chebi wanya no baby ko and stand here papa me de maka obi di 88 echo 210 say papa na ono tisu no so edoso na ken say papa na me kenyo eno na ma to de ba ku na mi bofu no wo see there be there be o shutu ye o jinjina yire ndodo
me yan matika no
enye chi
mama de oso matika no wa ntino catch lo seja
wo say
oso matika no
matika wa de omunti me de hia say omunkotu omunkotofo no na me bompaye say Leicester omuti be yi because last match Leicester no be do and die Leicester muti anye yi omajeja no mebo ma da third to the one here omunkotofo no because last match in the one my be show ni nyina ye papa na me to atin so now we say there be me couldn't mean any my main giant and for so when I was to make of 5 rounds, I can make 2 rounds. What did not tell my fine and then the mini so Bob Lenny and some pat. It did that would do me we are just by Papa Koya 1 minute. And you know, 18 years ago, so Obizu Baya the first time, 110 audition I say. Also, I call ye against a also call research on the Bako home. Ewo yi Abubakar Sadiq Abubakar free Zongo. Baba kwa dozo Minister for Zongo. And she and I say you do 100 and something 123 plus and naka ho. And they say no restriction that woman kaso no how maybe sa kum so call ho. Any for and this is yes on waste me am to you waste nya me am to you me am to you na kwaya pasa na this is the enra share for your business na den na maybe on one kasa to tum say ampa on one fire gunshot me kwachi no say ai we MP na MP so no your procedure da ho a yitimi kwachi MP sa ma nyim say hey saying tia papa entina potential MPs ye ko prime minister e bi che bodies maybe che singlet e bi che toma e bi che cha send na mpa so be MPD wo de wo na Napoleon no untouchable see MP kwa ntimi nchi tama okoye adwuma nti de bia na adwuma ye ntimi nchi man ye ni nyina ye kwasade se me no papa swali ele tonu kwa no de nka yenji de fi kwa ni mpanhwe dwe nto a be ka sa legal gande ni mo woku opete was so opete is a property of the state so that's it it e ko shoma ne ko fosi da bi nanu ya na court no achin ko 49 makomako 9 said they are connected to the shooting no it maybe some can they be emi say unko na akoye na mu ujin se we MP eja Mr. Claire agent that Romantino at the year background because necessary on Mali and Tino when himself as Ghana and so Debbie also Okodia Sam Papa and some and another fire chip Canada and Tias no as some as you crew Yen came in Nancy and 14 days a self isolation. Dr. Jingo or also when the Minos Obi Yakasi isolate to be menyim say quarantine mabechim nenso so ne na obi a way solution kai wonye bi enso yeso wonye bi enso sila cyber solution ya card bofo nim bi ya o man tia se na na kupa ya de musu so wo ato sila musu e negative katla fie what so benya pediem ne travel allowance na eja se ono oto no kan ho hira no cause backlog of travels next time ka wa America ne Udegi center gisanyina wakọ entini tu nyina oto nyina to kika no eti nyaka say one ye pa na ko maria papa suma me na meko mi se ni suma meko and we go pay mali you say we be odi 76 years in this COVID time sa group no we high risk we be able to manage COVID no
enti said ya who kind of person say Akufo-Addo wanya risk assessment and sana work on yesa
onye dey
wanya risk assessment and sana wo to yesa
say obitimi risk assessment say la oni asha wo di koda WhatsApp me boa
ensani obesha condom
you
well you should answer
say no obesha condom ana
ayo say okọ no we ba so no so ya assessment ye can assessment ni nya chen so okọ ba ya na virus ni Ghana enti enya wonwa manenya risk assessment ne uhu obi obeka se ade ne kwa prokra na odi pukra okra na metafere enya sa na bimka want to assessment o kana se obi opepedium ne se ne nkwa no nyakopa ye adu hu apofi na ka wo sha akokra sabi wo sha pie wo ba ya from presidential bill na wakɔhye wo papa pie woni ma kama mejima ho me another 2 weeks na Rebecca wo abom fufu ene abedru na mempoma ye den na bia wakonya Madagascar for in the back here no na se ko yese omkra police ya kwa papa ya sebu so ya rese atiesi mama se no obi se sa he back here na wen nsem dia bi wo ti se Mbappe na cara so omoto no mo 18 wo Kumasi Central Market na obi also to obo wa o se obo wa bia no wadru ni mi was on so kuku eni bi se that then na Wa uto he wedru waka so ni but media me ye enye yi. Oh no, that e bo wa. E one intimate to another
intimate to another there.
It is say no yes Yakuba so on share Akuba do president play no mebo bomba dey say obi o ma sanitize mu nyina from gate say dey na say no akwa mu ko edum ko from gate hono enti yenye ne saa na ka me suggest e wo Akuba do the platform sen ka we no papa so enye na say na say oh yeah the first virtual one cabinet meeting. Once the first president Kwame Nkrumah times on the Dikanya also self isolations were boy Juma Osha computer see president and Nimpa and the tablet so yes Zoom ye Juma. It's not can can me suggest say oh not then to one man Zoom and confirm you know as some also could opposition said you Ghana now opposition there be who president who you question Mali president who you question to my demonstration ma Mali president who is no and the to EU for the EU Akufa do me kon ka just we can na say na me free service we grab and oko it ko uti presidential office why you Zoom and teleconferencing technology and papa to the me hu the NT Africa you utilize it. Tanafie president ni waso de opposition the maso de mo dem so bia da e show bia ka was cause asem na anu do kaka enye se bia ye hu Akufa do ni ka say Akufa de Akufa de ni ene there be can be because in this time no it's not time to play around enye se
Somebody Supreme Court of United Kingdom. It's the one someone would do now. Over is you virtual Supreme Court. And besides, una moyon crack and book school. Akufo-Addo, one or a chairman.
Then some of the okay. Yeah.
It may be some of our question of speculation. Is it because you want to go and sell something we don't know?
Let's see a penny. Let's see the beer and penny. So, as a maker, we will be a comedy show, but you are the head of state of Ghana. Nancy, no free self isolation. Every crown we expose, you know. Every one virus, baby, I hope for a crown. Every organs need to be crowned. Every crown, umpoma, alcohol, salt, Ghana. Nankamian Casamina penny, Quebec, modern channel. Every a crown, Madame Catherine. Every body, her back, you are not near their brow, crowd, concern on the tend to on pet domestic problems or pay aboche konene Africa kono neke ma madakatu na wonya moja na ya mo wa bedru enso wako adien so ye se papa ekasa asem no ebi wo computer enso oni software the all software enso a oni computer obi nso wo software ni computer nyina so this software ni computer no enso ayasem na si ye na wa ye virtual cabinet meeting neke ye use to oh uko chairman Mr. Chairman. Hey, recently I did the first virtual cabinet meeting in my country, so we can use the computers. Come on. And this is why when you shoot in Wako.
You
okay. Let's do a casadeva.
Okay, all right then. And you may jam and Samra. Why? Yeah, jam and Samra and Sanya. Offer we are a superstition. So why? And a jam and Sam, Bamaso. Beautiful. So, who is it?
Oh,
beautiful. And yeah, young quay, would you need tea? Why?
Okay, Mitrovia.
Biajodo.
Now, say, myself who been Chonka. My fear na. A young girl, my friends, then I'm Mokoto bed watching machine and I'm watching Nadine.
And that's only outing and catch a crowd to do. I'm
outside before uncle. It won't respond myself, not so more respond. Why they have deserted us, you know. Oh. Anyway, make a cry about the shooting. No? Oh, Papa Smiley. Hello?
Who didn't need you? Because we're Germans.
Oh, there. The sovereignty of Ghana resides in the people of Ghana. Yeah. Voters, who is 18 years plus, who vote, who change government every 4 years. They are very, very, very important people, the voters, Or every 4 years, be a government over Banonia, or they will change, Now, why is it that 18 years plus free, only 2 parties spend or more overtake over the mantle of the nation? Now, because personally, I feel that why the Sika said protest, over 1982 now up to now, they amass a lot of wealth. What in turn, access in Azi, they made a lot of money, and they use this money to prosecute the election, at the advantage of other parties, Now, Boba, a town investigating man, the ministers, matter also they are allowed to possess guns, almost to announce the parliamentarians who come, almost to protect themselves, apart from one security or them on. Now, if it's true, or the true one that one find then. When you see as the Buduaba decoration piece and everything. Now, NDC phone. NDC phone, they are against the registration. I mean, we have to call a spade a spade. One pay the registration number until from last year. No, sir, there was a demonstration against registration. Where you crew Tamari, where you crew Kumasi, where you crew and crane. No, you are bye. Into my demonstration, into a dazi court. They won't see more on yet registration. And it's good. They didn't succeed. Now, on the various platforms, I'm at one canoe. One at the chief election as the organizer. Also, one prevent the registration now. They are going to lose the election. They are going to waste money.
Was it one kind?
Your friend and the one in charge of election.
The one in charge of election.
On your the other one, your call, Aida. I oversoon or I national. And
you cry a deacon as a free anchor.
Also, it's better for them to spend money to frustrate the election.
And no, all kind of way.
Oh, okay. Before you cry your friend and what's the Assembly Court?
I know can't the bedroom say
Google, your friend and I've forgotten his name.
A free anchor.
Mm-hmm. I said it several times. So on the election, it's a foregone conclusion. They are going to lose.
Okay.
If they allow the new registration to come through. Now, various commentators, NDC for one party, party actors, now the political actors, on various platforms, also, election, registration on by China. No, Baba cry on over their dead body. It blood will flow. Now, cross off will cry be the cause was such that there is electoral commissioner, a chairman, Bessiano offending.
Come on, Matty.
My watching them, Papa no watching, suffer no watching. I don't know what happened to the case. So the NDC, they are doing everything to frustrate the system. Now, Matty, we are endorsing they won't allow any group of people to bring motorcycles to maybe all your registrations. Now, but then, now the comfort the bicycle now, friend, and the motorcycle, the call, Kasua. Oh, but then now, you just go and register. Who are party agent or all the political parties in be an agent or if you don't agree, you protest or forms or higher. What's the point of bringing cutlasses and motorcycles and this into a particular polling station? And that's what bus and coffee from one place to another. Now, we all find out that if the ministers are allowed to carry guns there, to protect themselves there, only they shooting them how many years now to protect himself and to warn off the crowd, and that's what happened about attacking there. We feel that is the right direction if it's true, but I'm not sure. The ministers allow and as MP allowed to carry gun on them. Professor, what can I say?
Marty, what can I say? Na Angelo say. Angelo sent a message be earlier on no kabibi about this gun saga shooting. So other Angelo I'll say, Papa, if MPs can carry a gun and defend themselves, why waste scarce state resources to provide them with police security? Her excuse carries no water, so she should come again. Yo, Angelo, on any commentary,
okay, I'm saying find out. I'm a bobo or by now. I'll find out. That is true, is that, and the woman is right. So, all should do, because I mean, the ministers, almost security, police in new court to the car room, or be when you feel, maybe be one office. Now, if they are allowed to carry guns there, that means the guns have to be used to defend themselves. Now, in this particular place, also now need to come in no one or call no coffee surge at the on her. Ma ought to to disperse them. According to the criminal code, which they read this morning, Mameti Wadom, CGOs or one force, on a lawyer B. What's it? So, cultura, now we don't coffee, I can, and now who crowd the Bible to disperse one by shooting in the air. I want to tell you. Until me feel that you can on for full results in investigation number, and suddenly I pass verdict on this case. Number one, whether it's true that ministers or MPs are allowed to carry guns. Now, guns so Ukraine is a license one, and now to state not the man. And whether it's true that Kofuko with motorcycles known as the with a second to disrupt the year, but I know there's a fact the indiscipline, they don't want this thing to succeed. Registration, it's a fact. Why in believing in that you don't follow Ghana politics? Indiscipline are not happy with this new registration because they knew from ab initio there, what year they are going to lose the election.
You, sir. They're going
to lose the election. To why BBR to discredit the system.
Okay, all right. Bo Baba, and hopefully he'll be able to address.
On find out now. On my advice.
Okay. All right then. Sir. Bye. Now, okay. Yinti Bombardier quickly. We are. Me say, Abi, any Bobo, almost some rem. Yinti Bombardier, Cosway.
So the Germans are going to Papa, it's my church and men. So what my church and men may buy? So, constitution, a friend Ghana constitution is not for Ghana. So that's it. For country be to say the minority in the baby meeting. That's what because that in here. We are America for constitution. And we are English for constitution at the end. And the young constitution to suit our own local environment. So that's it. Because America no say emrano, it is not only by what, but textual, but also by act. And it's know the theory and practicals, Yeah, Ghana no the theory say be kuti, but what about the practicals? And not enforcement, Oh, we be to me too. Come on, legal. Now we just say menu yen ya koji liga gan mi shutu wiem na se MP ni shutu wiem a ho na be ka se sa ne ye be chere na se wo court ana. This is what the people are talking about. We don't like laws in Ghana, but enforcement, implementation, any interpretation, and any problem. It would be us, it would be a debt, it would be a debt, near the Wawa, you Ukraine woman. So some projects like opposition, MPP in the Korea, and Yabeka, happen to procedure one, and as it is a common flaw citizen of Ghana. Yabeka, I've never conscious Ghana card, and as Ghana passport, and as one ever bought him out, and I was NHSIS, and you written name. You grab your Papa, son and Tobia Korea Bebesade, son and Kitty, you can't Miranda Rice, meanwhile, and your man lawyer. Who's about the HH to make us MP? Then so the people are more discerning now, they are more enlightened now. And yet, Benjamin Bresson, you can't have said you be a cushion, said very important. The men just say unanimous in most of the people of Ghana, almost sending my money and what he was as him. And no MPs, Parliament, and MPs, almost they can't support my men, the doyer, more condemn my men, doyer. Every summer, you say, and you say, I dare not to say, and cophobia on one much on my phone, but only say. So or the come much man for no you know the Yebeka so the Musa you be punish him to no German say me na me ye ya kwese BBC Manchester United na Eric Cantona me na me ye or a legend no eja one hia who kono ye Manchester una kra na one hia kra wo be wusa na okoye or je ayina ma no ho eno ko focus dey be we dey say the eye witness report na no so wo na ye dia ene na enye because adia wakotutu papa also my parents squad one shot ama police for come work mu dwane into do otumika okohwe ase abenso obi enu attack wo everything was obi enu attack mami nso say nkopo so enka say I not in kemu and nkopo russian enzi nkopo be na russia wo since papa this is the chance obi betumi afire one shot. So so can say I've been threatened and who say in tuntumbi bana so people be to tuntum me fire sa na sani fire warning shot enti emrano e wo keke emra ye wo ma executive ene wo emra ye ma legislative ene wo emra ye wo so ma judiciary ene wo emra ye wo ma da musafo sa enti animal farm no papa what this party from the satire of society, and now we can education is the easiest thing over my year. You can justify anything. Oh, we are saying, but as to say education, the trust there, then the difference in the baba. So as we call Ghana, we call my John, will be a condemn, mamino. Obi a condemn one MP's crown, or be a condemn one is a John Body are condemned by a what condemn. John Bodu a whole or if John Bodu prior to my condemning how you come to there now you have to know that there's a fire on the mountain. Concentration. So CID for Pabe Yomojuma said you need to see or some Yomojuma. And you know. Obikoka one of the journalists and I say a radio presenter MP4 yes MP called privilege committee. And so because my co-president committee say only MP for the because it hasn't got to that point. But we say a co-president committee or say my no it will punish no. And so no co-president you say only let the CID in the juma. And so I quite did the MP assembly I must CID point you mo hold it because one privilege and no co-pacha one there. Sanity.
All right.
Papa, who about here? Petoni bi enye so koto abobi na mo determine ko sisi Ghana no sisi no na samra mi kase eye eslemo baby sa one of the MPs on so ho enko ya Savannah regional command no o machi enko fun yenu onu so enko tia o mo say o escort register transport bi akọ registration center no bi ko yese the one na wo be put o ye president na what the motor kidney eyi eni achi o mo and who MP so who nyansa kasi o condemn no or somebody say ai ngofo na yachi omukututo no omuye local warriors and local squad for anyone and them say kwasasem obi a woko registration center I didn't also make you be to call because when you didn't call you put in some money, would be couldn't some money into no show into MP no or support because when you say aquano or you mama no. So this is how our misleaders has been reduced to stupidity. 2 and 5 will be no Kenyans some cause where MPP Yoko counts then end is sponsor be Nizum Koye. It is only your problem some member Jimmy say wait Jimmy Zumbe Jimmy. And Papa say unko nye resources na uti se will be the 2 equal resources. How will you even feel say we call resources center akwa register? About so call just 5-10 minutes where you already call psychologically you say hey who benya virus in the unyebi who can wash your gloves na now psychological na who conscious one be zo cometozo and papa since you see because of my inviting or my question or what statement yen share the CID for be me da sipi.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah ma big man Achibobo Emre Obia Dr. Jingo ofana we semre wo ma yema bombardier so de ne dia bansana fire doom jana and the bobo
and the Smiley.
Saboko there.
Mr. Papa Smiley, yes, Papa. When I just jumped the ship into Wadaroma.
Send the question and answers, right? But
okay.
One question. Ibusa and say we are still on Ghana birth certificate no some. So
okay.
Who is Ghanaian? And also
okay.
And the other question here, at what point would you stand for something other than your own, right?
No.
At what point would you stand for something other than your own?
Yeah.
Okay.
But and I started with me and my gent question. When I'm more committee, yes, and I've done Colombia and you invite me for a meeting, financial meeting. And I said, if you come on next, you know. Colombia for massive project you are now it's about problems are encofoco after COVID-19 the financial challenges and more developed models and you look at the UK laws and then you look at financial outgoings then you look at how much can you save and so you'll be with a very good financial background there. You also who said then I'm running air can't here and then I'll be to me as a whisker and he said what's your mortgage? What are the new techniques that if you're paying mortgage of £800 can you pay it 600 today? And if you're paying credit card how much interest are you paying and what savings can you make out of that in a month? About a community project based now a baby voluntary mark 24, and which means Papa Smiley and Elijah will get on board. Now, and Fasu Binyano. Now, Janka, the move a percentage be at 24 radio. So, what is it? And the or say it didn't Hujuma. Papa,
why come on?
What can be a far birth certificate home? It's an ongoing debate. Enti messenger we bi ohu na nyame ye maduma o chan dem o time enti me no be go through bebre ye fe bi o UK ha messenger bi ohu ye fe no have to prove identity in UK but what I say you dey e wo krom ha no Aba Smiley what happened behind the scene krom na nye de wu se wa bontin bia na DBS Aba Smiley what I say
Cause you
see, Edema de or Abontin is it. And it's a who is Abontina. Then you'll be able to understand how do I prove identity in UK? Papa, our government website, into has made media fire, media mount, Fama fire. So, hold on 1 second. Fama fire. Now, Fama Angelus. So, now in your should be free. Papa Smiley. So if you be free man, ebe boapa say either say the be adwuma and na say e be na if you improvise it to your standard so Papa aba enti UK government now or say how to prove and verify someone's identity. UK government now government publications identity proving so and verification about enti you about 4 stages. Now Papa, we are seeing many days more. We are sure. If we be on a point of law, then the second one becomes common sense. Now, Papa, the point of law, no, that is always the first thing you have to resort to. And at the common sense, and now it becomes part of culture and part of life of the people. In one example, say America, to become a president of America. In Shemra say you have to declare a also issue where you tax returns, but acquire convention be that all. If you are Ghana, say if you come by and Shemra say, and he said there's nothing bad you say.
Actually, Adaroma, over to my coach here, but this house in the menu, be a mantini, point of law and common sense. Also, there any kind.
Yeah, there's always what comes ahead is the point of law first, because the Emmanuel point of law, no, a legal regime that have been set up. Now, legal regime, no, it goes through a whole lot of process because we live by set of rules, common law. And unti any shemra. Say bibinima and kayen shemra namomono. There's another aspect say emra cannot stand test of time all the time. So we develop something we call common sense approach. No, it becomes soft power. Sometimes we tell you that soft power, no, it can be greater than even the law itself. Ebini kroma papa smali. Your criteria say to become a prime minister, what I say, to be stand as a party person, MP, no, I'll be my standing for we see, no, Apasmali, I'll be my former government, no. So, ya omra, over the kid boss in but short power, I say, also you'll be our remember one. But also, I'm running and forward but that our yes, no, Papa, it has even taken precedence over Mbana itself. And until when you develop common sense, it becomes convention. It becomes part and parcel of the people. And until once it becomes their routine life. Papa, Ebini, wahu condom wahu. Adia osha odibo ho ban. Said the bear won't be HIV. So, and yamra so no yet to wa or so we there was a condom. Okay, Bema only condom say, what the manner on share because of parole or chan roll. Now, mono, if it becomes part and parcel of your life, condom ne the piano, obeshe. Enti Nema a common sense, a routine. It starts to be endemic in your society. It starts to be a common knowledge. It starts to become part of your culture. And when things happen now, for common sense to take over rule of law, then it starts to be part of rooted in culture. It starts to be part rooted in the value system. And judges can even look at the face of the law and say no. They have to do it this way. What I say? Okay. And my man started with birth certificate, and I mean, call a woman also trained to. Papa, birth certificate, a China American once empire, but an MB news to crabby. Papa, yeah, problem faces here, a part of administrative structures problem you're putting in place. That is making it very, very, very difficult to make our system to work. And we have state agencies working on to produce a document. Those documents, by intent and purpose, should have been a workable document. Assembly, there is something we call verification process in everything that you do. Verification process in there are state agencies they have to accept document on the face of it and work with it. The agency also they have to do a check on the document before they can accept it. And then say me ko krom ha na me ka se me ko ye adwuma aban aka che employees ne say accept obi a all national insurance card, accept obi a or proof to work in UK, put it on file. And then me call HR no busamia. What is your name? My name is Elijah Mensah. Do you have right to work in UK? Yes. Not in the NI number, Manu. Do you have passport? Yes, I have passport. Na Elijah Abeji Achi passport. Not in the picture koko term. But you assembly you. Or the Achi picture term. Not the man HR no. The HR no, on the face of the book value no, okra all the requirements set up by government. And until there's a law say HR no on your verification documents na receive no on cross check with Home Office. And until oko check with Home Office na or the NI number no boa ka na ko afa about passport number na fa papa then I can take a picture me boy and the picture is the only thing now one compare and can and then the ube who say processing na edemu kan and then the agency bi o ha process am fa through the procurement document no so detailed say it's become very that document to be accepted and used, but it's not the end of it all. Owo krom ha say ya or birth certificate ye file hospital no is the first place of recording. Nipa na obo ufri ni yemba no ewo papa ne de obi etimi ye papa mane ye okroma ni atwere enti ya wuwi a ni ama mra say within a month also to register akra no no kokko register. And enti verification process when you produce a birth certificate is that it can be identified to the hospital, it can be identified to the birth and death registry. Mamena o film no buy no a hospital question is papa na wo no the beat me fa birth certificate no me akoye nkrata. The only way so obekọ the next layer no DNA ndi ahyehyɛ mmara no gu ahyehyɛ system no agu hɔ papa Smalley and the any institution bia na wo accept paper no so then there have to be a features bia on the face of it, you can accept it straight away. Then the second stage, you say, how long would you take it through to do the second stage verification? Into Osha my Ghana, or birth certificate agency, or National Identification Authority, or EC, or also yet in the voter registration. Now, me call EC ho, 7% me call register. How long will it take EC to identify, say, document na me achi and Elijah media break EC no no correct. Enti EC application be see kroma say amount for all the amount for driver license near there. So no the market say adnewu nti be renew uri renew yes be check we for your bra enti or your boni yana ekom. And you can accept every document. Then the next question is, what are the verification process to identify, say, document we an answer? How long any panel register or no? Me call number my passport mano. Me call number driver license mano. Then the chase say the ewo hono emia. The only first time they meet me who sit away near BBA winning. Then the second one, a paper. The paper no wa unless me was suspicion say enye wa. They say me was suspicion say enye wa. How long will they take me administrative procedure to also identify say enye wa? And how long do I have to give you a registration card? And how long will it take you to determine who becomes elected person in the country? And judging by that, and Papa Smiley, this is what I came to. Ochina, or the baby in seminary zoo. Now, I will not say yes or no, but I will go through the process. Then we have to inform, say, then what are we doing with the institutions of state so that it becomes such a way that Papa Smiley, can I present certificate to you and I say, actually, and you accept it? Why is it that we have guarantors in most documents? It's paper. Paper is a document. It can be a legal document. But what does paper prove? It proves as much as the process it goes through to produce that paper. Does paper show a face? If there is no face in it, can I present Elijah's certificate today and say, Elijah or a lecturer at Oxford, what are the questions I can ask to know, say, Elijah certificate or not, and answer you will say.
Okay.
Who are the guarantee? Papa, enti medibesua
you
na ochano me bantem kakra you go through me pese because UK dey no similarities kakra wo you go mu through kakra. I think say we be better informed. Then you who say, is it a problem that we don't have a workable institutions, or is it a problem that requirements have to differ from each stage, and what is done behind the scene? What I say, we better informed. But last one quickly on the 20 no. Obiakotutu enti yemfa won say bibi a lances regime meboa. You have to go through a lances regime to acquire. So what are the requirements before somebody can get a gun? And what are the requirements under which someone have to shoot a warning shot? And then can location, because means location will be part of it. Under what and what locations can you find a gun shot? Then there's another part. Into one of legal issue, no. Second part, no, it becomes the equity, morality, and management aspect. Where I say, can you pull up a gun in the church? Where I say, into what I say, what the law says. Now you share the other aspect. Into what kind of you know bomb pass mal? And I say, oh yeah, then.
I see. All right, you're
making it.
You better ask na mema Dr. Jingo. Meet best and meanwhile. A crowd of a cancer, so no one cancer. So faith and superstition in the ammunition say betty a handle case and net. And a crabby or becca for us to round up no one can. And he's a bombardier and so becca a crabby and a fire. We doom jano, a man time dear, but to be doom jano. Dr. Jingo. Doc. All right. Bombardier.
Papa.
Aha. You're fine out. Why?
Na anti papa yedum jana kwa no so nze COVID-19 wasan so aba den say funds na we go ka say you establish national COVID-19 trust fund no instead be muyi no so IMF for my Ghana $1 billion and World Bank my $100 million and you koyi $65 million since free Accra project and ebizu kopa stabilization fund na Ghana for nane for civil society groups no omubusa kind of writers can say no obetimi aka de wodi aya na ye panye na am say ya wada no ye benya term budget review no na no komo so de aka obetimi aka ni adade na Dr. Mark Asibian I think so na head of parliamentary affairs in terms of finance, no. I'll say finance minister, no. And yet the floor of parliament now obey me. Abekasa asem no. Name kura no. Manchester COVID-19 funds ne kura no. And yet finance minister ne kura no say or the back. Ebo pay parliament amanie. Name no. I say omudu papa I auditor general so. No auditor general no shuma no shumi no de or the the submission so abede abet aba parliament no machine and the papa says ya no the economy say finance minister nyo no na obetimi akọ parliament akọkasa asem so ono so na kwaji says kado papa na ensem ni bia no maka say duplication ni say the na aparja ka de bia no emra no ya nkase ya na asabe woye because there were another law almost public accountability law bi wo ho a or say finance minister no ebeba say no me kwana say attorney general also obetumi aka at least the sikano domo yi ni domo nyiye na omo magana for swate eti papa bi no it is and the so we that could be say be accountability dia attorney auditor general kwano ya abolowe yezo onko onko je na ho accumulated liberty no dia oba ko yesa adwuma no e bia acting no say dey o eti papa e be sia no nyame bo a ye beto aso that's it.
All right, thank you very much. And say doc unti enka fire dumjano mi enko
yo ba me that's it actually so can grant and then get the spiritual in yajima na me connect say I friend dia so papa asamoa bomba de kan and no hunti na mu yi domologo because it's kind of bad na obi ohun be homo de party exercise. See, when people started crying, when IMF and started complaining, and what job for this kind of what is happening? As we were talking last 3 months, now just it's and some sanitizers and office via bank via almost for government department for schools, just kind of as usual. The complaint went to the other general department so that you have to check the accounts. Also, blown. Also, some of the card that I was say, "Your finance minister Jumano, this kind of shit. We're not one or not to a puppet mom. Won't be your own I say, John, yes, sir. If you ever be a serious, they want Ghanaians some show appreciation and a contribution. Now, I think. I say Ghana for 2 more than Ghana for 2 million. You and I know. Go for come to me a donate is car, a bois, NHS, and what have you, because they will see the result. What I say, which is car, Ghana for no more engineer, and it's that one. This car back outside.
And the fire. I'm set. Okay. Causeway.
You see, I have hard. But I cannot actually go back. I can see the person in your way. About good judgment and a back canning and some law above. Based on good judgment, so now between the law. And as I probably adjust to say, it is 1,000 times better to have common sense than education.
Hey, I'm saying, and that fire when you breathe.
Papa, Bibia Yemuno, say, oh, good judgment. Now, where would you feel good boss? There's no book for you to read. Say, as soon as bomb is now. Your mind, one of your judgment say, actually, there be a bomb as super scarce. As soon as the second step, it is law. At judges, no, even at court, no, they use common sense first before they go to the law. I was spread and Latin. Assembly of a catcher minister. CEO. Or you sue company policy first, or you sue common sense. So here the decision to say we are incompetent. The incompetent is coming from your judgment. The policy may be there, but you have to use your judgment, and your judgment should be good or bad. So when you use judgment, and stand follow on company policy. Or into your man. Akwana yarea. Man soon go hospital. Or no issue judgment. We are normal. Common sense is based on experience. I said special tools. The same bad none of my we are near Adibia. And the prophet Amanana. I answer the idea of a seat to a crown hospital. Thank I you have to use good judgment and good judgment based on experience. So the be at to we have, and I agree with him. Look at what is happening, good practice elsewhere. Then we adapt it. But now by Nyansa my answer. This might be kind of difference. About Nyansa, about now is steady. You be an edono. But and yes, I was about Messi will be home. About Messi will be about me are much interested about faith and superstition. In the chance, I hope say you better devote my time. Now with Dream Kaka, a very interesting topic or a place or something to answer. You see, but I didn't go. Me just said, born a bear one hour. You see, but will be a far. Then I bombard the kind. I'm going to pay other capital. We shall then this out. Ah, it's now Mario Mobonchi. Also, brand, young faith and superstition. I want to say, Papa. No kwa.
Fesi. Kwa no fesi.
Na no kwa no say yesterday. Menim say ade a eso obo sisi a e wo fie ho. Aki. Ade a so ne bo uyin koda no special film. Na ba ho fa. Anthony you proud himself with a certificate. Aki hold. This be hold. Every government on the ato ahwemu. Mr. Cambridge, Harvard. We would have certificate no. Bosso, Peter Bosso. Oh, and so you bet to me, who could do be the qua? You bet to me, I can tell that because there are certain things. Even most of the universities, foreign ones, I am a certificate, almost a transcript. Because certificate, no but in a higher in the end of a transcript. And so the certificate, and it will be a we are seeing. And say you will Buhari. Wow, there's some panel there, brother. Also, the school UK. But when you be, and all this for. But the man to. Oh, Adam Gazio, Adazo, Nigeria. Also about UK University, I'm saying okay. UK, your hair. Or certificate, brother. Offer, and now I'm not going to say. On farmer, I'm said, once we did the 8 years here, and now for all. Oh, in the Papa. Certificate, I do baby a winner papa.
Yo,
a basic. Said Bibia Filia, and one ever to Akotos Ari. Yesterday, judicial phone. Mama Monye, too political. Now, problem bar. Mama, one solution. How on earth should you go on identity and identity? But I didn't go echo to Bibi or constitution, was one kind. Or say, who is the Ghanaian? Who shouldn't be a problem because it's the constitution. Okotianka. Wadaroma, University. I don't know that is in the constitution. I want that you go tomorrow on fan can submission. No uncle tomorrow. It's my man or startup, so uncle baby or no man can here say, can that be used as the proper basis to determine who is the Ghanaian? They'll be asking. I'm sure.
All right, thank you very much. You found that second CMO BBR who has been part of today's show. It's been another exciting one. More questions, but time, energy, space, and circumstances wouldn't allow us to address all the questions that were on the table. We will begin from faith and superstition. Yes, also, na Yama Bibi at the turning to God's word, Jumediano, Abre. Before I go, special birthday wishes to you, Major Kojo Osei, all the way in Germany. And there, Major Nawoda, and Major, happy Emergence Day. And yet, Major Nkwa, and then according to Facebook, let me say, Nanaya Chumberima, and Nanaya Chumberima, so I would. Nti ono nso yamana happy Emergence Day. Bobo.
Yeah, but I can not you but actually I can we see almost saying why common sense cannot turn to the law. Say, Papa, Ochina, I would like really let us to discuss this issue and exhaust it. Say at the Papa way. What's with Miamra? Nti I didn't know the Papa. Intimi Nyamra.
Okay. All right, Mati. Any fire on ya kai. Wati. Na Sam radio. Yen sorry sir. Na BB. And so step in. Bombardier, you can join BB. I will start meeting. So I think sir, you guys will be able to use the start meeting for about a few more weeks, and then you must be switching to the Google Meet. Dear friends, here na BB turning to God's word. Jumedie on family. Me dear Papa Smiley. Me nam Jumedie who chame. I'm yard ma watchna. Yawoda, Yababa, Niasa Abetuaso. Bye bye.
We are persuaded, oh God, we are persuaded that we can never be happy till our carnal and corrupt